It's
Jonah's on the left.
right, that's what I'm saying.
Over there's half over here.
The whole Tisha B'Av is sponsored by they come out of Europe. Remember years ago, Esther, Muhammad Shmuel. Should be a tremendous list for tremendous Aliyah. Amazing Hashem. I'm certainly complimenting the people who come here, but it's amazing to Hashem that people come and put themselves in uncomfortable positions for really hours just to try to understand more about the Tisha B'Av and the Korban, the Kinos, and you have another 400 or 500 people online. A lot of statistically, according to the statistics, maybe more. There should be enough for her to come. There's really something to say. I'm not sure what to say. But I want to start off with what I explained last night. I just want to review that concept briefly because it's important to me in my heart, this year in particular. And that is that the way we're taught in the yeshivas is that the shot in Tisha B'Av is that we take off those comfortable shoes and we sit on the floor and we fast, of course, and cry. And this is all, of course, true. That's the Avodas Hayom. The crying is a bit of a double-edged sword to me, because on the one hand, of course, the tragedies of Klal Yisrael. I spoke last night about a sefer, which is a digest of all of the Tsaras of Klal Yisrael. If anybody wants to really try, just ignore me, just borrow the sefer yourself. It's the page after page, of year after year of Tsaras of Klal Yisrael. The crying is certainly an important part of the Avodas Hayom, but perhaps the more important part of the Avodas Hayom is the authenticity, I think, of being Jewish. And I just want to make that point. Everybody doesn't need to be biased on it, but if sometimes we like to cry. Sometimes it feels good for ourselves to cry. Sometimes we make ourselves cry. Sometimes we make ourselves laugh. But authenticity is difficult. Authenticity to really be present in the not just in the moment, as I said, but also in the whole picture of Jewish history. To be present in that picture, and we understand we're part of that picture. To be real in that picture is really a big part of the whole avodah of Tisha B'Av. I often say that when we take off our shoes on Yom Kippur, we take off our shoes on Tisha B'Av, we take off our shoes Leilenu for Ba'avelus. Why do we take off our shoes? We find that Moshe Rabbeinu, the first thing he was told when he encountered HaKadosh Baruch Hu by the staff was Shal Na'alecha ve'al Raglecha. Take off your shoes. It wasn't an Avelus, it was Hamakam Asher Atoim and the Lavan Maskodesh. It was a Makam of Kedusha, because the Kohanim also took off their shoes in the Beit Shemesh. When you take off your shoes, the Sfasemes, he says when you're wearing shoes, the shoes are insulated you from the entire environment. As long as you're wearing shoes, you can walk on hot, on cold, on glass, on poles. You can do whatever you want when you're wearing shoes. Shoes are a very good invention. But you're not really feeling the environment. You're not really feeling where you are. You're separated. And then there comes times where we have to take off those shoes, and we have to be able to feel. Where it is we're walking. It's not about crying or laughing or mourning or celebrating. It's about feeling, authenticity, feeling. That time Moshe Rabbeinu was told that he needs to get the Torah for Rabbi Yisrael. He needs to take them out of Mitzrayim and bring them at least up to Eretz Yisrael. To be that type of leader, you can't wear shoes. You need to be able to feel every bump. You need to be able to feel every pain of the Jewish people. You have to be able to feel this. We can't put ourselves in this bubble and insulate ourselves. So this is what the Kohen had to feel when they went into the Kedusha. This is what an oval feels. This is the common denominator. An oval, it's a time to cry. It's a time to be sad. It doesn't make you particularly sad to take off your shoes. It's not really a sad thing. But it does make you introspective. It makes you feeling. You feel everything that's around you. It's symbolic and it's real. You're in a different dimension to the earth when your shoes are off. And Shalom so we spoke last night about the Tisha B'Av is tied to the born for sure, the time to fast for sure. Even according to the Rambam, it's also the time of Tshuva. Also, always been time for Tshuva, but particularly the timeless aspect of the time for Tshuva. But mainly it's a time to reflect. Mainly it's a time to try to understand. And this reflection is not an easy task, but it's a very, it's really the essence, reflecting on the essence of what it means to be a Jew. Nothing less than that, because what we're talking about is when we go through Kinos, we're going from the beginning, from Mother Marisha to Moshiach. Not even in order. It's because time doesn't exist by a form. It's not in order. We get from the pogroms to the Bayis Rishon to the Bayis Sheni, back to the pogroms to the Musar and Halachah. It's not even in order. It's all about feeling. It doesn't make a difference. The stones don't have to be in order to feel them. You have to just be able to understand what Jewish history is. I spoke about that last night. I mentioned what's do me a favor. Instead of me saying 100 times, I mentioned once. Probably I mentioned a lot this once. So that's for the whole morning here. But I was at a chasana once, and I was introduced. I was supposed to be introduced to Pam, the Tzaddik Lebrach, where she went to Das, Kaballah, and I'm always jealous of those people that whenever they meet a Gadol, they have something to talk to them about. I'm just a bunch of a guy. I don't really have that much to talk about, but at that time, I did. And sometimes I feel that some people are Gedolim, and some people have the supposed to talk to Gedolim. Maybe that's they're just like a funnel. There's a mashpech. I had one thing I did have is I had the supposed to meet any Gedolim and actually speak with them. It was Kehillat Shivtei really that I had I lived in His house for a long time. Lived there, because I had no place else to live. So it was sort of a discipler. Every one of them was like the Derek Hatev, it wasn't Magia B'chal. But I was introduced because I happened to be standing there to Pam. So I asked for Pam. I said I was invited to lead a Kinos. This wedding was the beginning of Tammuz. I was invited to lead a Kinos, and to lead the whole Kinos. Is not really leading it because there's a lot of Kinos and companies, you can't really, it's very hard work, it's very hard ideas, and you have to know all of history and stuff. So even if I knew it, which I don't, how can you give it over, in a couple of hours? There's a lot of, this was a big Kinos gathering in Flatbush dealing with at the time. So I said to him, is it okay to skip around? And just say, here a Kina, there a Kina. So I said that my makar is that by Slichus it says, it says in Shulchan Aruch, that it's better to say a little bit of slichus with kavanah than to say a lot without kavanah. I guess it's better to say a lot with kavanah, but that doesn't seem to be one of the choices. Hard to say not with kavanah or harbe with kavanah. So then they're the Shulchan Chasidus that it's better to say ba'at with kavanah. So I said, does the same thing apply to Kinos? Kinos and slichus are two different things. So you can say that it's better to say ba'at with kavanah, say harbe b'loy kavanah, or kula b'loy kavanah for that matter. So he thought for a second, and he said, Kaballah. The slichas could be just saying the Yud Midas Rachmim and the Shemus Hashem. Could be that files of Shabbai, whether they have Kaballah or whether they don't have Kaballah somehow or another, that the Shabbat knows what it's saying. Kinos is all about reflection, and it's all about regesh. It's all about kavanah. There's nothing magic in the words here. It's not, I presume, if you say la'alach, you say kinos in English, do the same thing you say kinos in Hebrew. It's not that there's intrinsic kedusha in these words. It's the tradition of the words. So, Kol-Chomer, ba'at kavanah, harbe b'loy kavanah. So, that's what he told me. And then he said to me, in English, a lot of the conversation was in Yiddish, then he said to me in English, he says, it's about time. I actually was so nervous speaking to him that I thought he meant that it's about not having enough time to say all the keynotes. But that's not what he meant, obviously. It's about time in history where we come together and we understand the keynotes. Somebody has the Koach say all the keynotes, learn all the keynotes, and stay here all day, even tomorrow, nothing's going to happen. We do that, but we're going to do them not. But I was left out then with a dilemma as to how do you choose which keynote, this keynote, that keynote. I didn't know in my conversation time with Tom it ended, so I didn't know what to do, but which keynote to pick, what not to pick. So at the very next day, I called my Rebbe, Rav Shiver, and I asked him which keynotes to say, and he said, let me go get my keynotes. He came back a minute later, and it was finished to me. They didn't know the whole thing about the day. And he told me I wrote it down. This is mamish what I wrote down. He said, say, Vav Zayin Yud Aleph Yud Beis Yud Aleph Zayin Yud Zayin Yud Tes Yud Tes Vav Aleph Tes Vav Gimel Vav Pei Vav Lamed Aleph Lamed Aleph Lamed Vav Mem Aleph Mem Pei. Everybody have that? Okay. I put the paper in my keynotes, and that's where it is, and that's what I do. Kitzivui, Barenu Rabbeinu. So, and told me that some of them, everything I'm doing, I'm just giving a master here. Everything I'm doing is less common. He's kind of not nervous because I went to the elevation sets out. He did the whole keynotes and he explained it more, but it's amazing from beginning to end that he sat on the floor like a young person. He wasn't a young person. He knew every single word of keynotes with another drush. There was such goodness, such a regesh at his skill and his oratory skill was amazing. It was way too much for me. It's a lot of it is considered a book. I'm telling you, it's the same for it. It's not the same as being there. So he's gotten offer on Yitachas Raglo to be able to do that, but a little bit that we can do. So I also want to do some of them we'll just say, and some of them we should explain and then say, and some of them I want to do say per paragraph by paragraph. But specifically Vav, I'm told to Musar, which is the first keynote of today. It's the keynote that comes after the master. After it's the keynote that comes after the master. Rav Soloveitchik pointed out that the Kinos is not, it's counterintuitive to sit on Tisha B'Av or on any day of the year and to like ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how did you do this and why did you do that? And it's how we're having tainas on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says that's why we can only do that after the maftir. as a maftir. We have Yohu doing the same thing, which having tainas. The maftir was a matir, as he put it. It's a matir and allows us to do it. It's the opposite of tziduk hadin. Tziduk hadin means that, and this is the theme that goes back and forth throughout the Kinos, that there's the tzluna or the taina or the kasha, eicha. Eicha is a word that you use. Eicha, like how could this be? Eicha. That's the word that it's used when you would have no other way to express how much anguish we have, how much confusion we have. The words of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, Eicha, Eikoi. Where is the ko? Ko Amar Hashem. So many Nevi'im were misnava b'koi. The Lashon of the Gemara is Kol HaNevi'im misnava b'koi, except for Moshe Rabbeinu, even a higher madrega, Zeh HaDavar, Asher Tziva Hashem. Getting closer, but ko. Hey ko, where is that ko? Where's all the nevuah? Where's the nevuah of Zechariah? How do we even ask that question? The answer is that it's a special heter. Tisha B'Av. What's the heter? I just want to be where the heter is, because otherwise we're not going to be reflecting with authenticity. If we can't ask the questions, then it's like a child asks the questions, then he'll grow up without answers. So as painful as it is sometimes when a child asks questions, if we don't know the answer, it's such an important part of life and to be able to ask questions. So we're even able to ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Eicha, or Eiko. Shemar Yochai says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu answers us, Eiko. Turn the letters around a little bit, Ayeko. Why are you asking where am I? You ask where is yourself. We're trying to get together here. So in Vav, the first concept here is a concept of Shavas. Suri Beni Shibuni Oivrei or Oivrei, two different girsas. Shavas is sudden. Pitom. Pitom, there was a bayis, this talking about the Chorban of the bayis reached by Shady, probably. And Pitom, there was a Chorban. It wasn't Pitom because it wasn't Shavas. Shavas means absolute. There was a moment. From a moment of light, we went to a moment of darkness. It wasn't really Pitom because we find that Yirmiyahu Hanavi was talking for 22 years about the imminent Chorban. In fact, he had a nevuah, on the base, I think, of the Beis Hamikdash being in flames. He had a nevuah. I don't think the Beis Hamikdash was in flames until the Bayis Sheni, but Yirmiyahu, the Bayis Rishon, had such a nevuah. And he went to Hanoisos, and he spoke to people all over the place, Yirmiyahu, and he told them, don't be over Avodah Zarah. They argued with him. They wanted to be over Avodah Zarah. They said, we're not giving up our Avodah Zarah. It's making our grass green and our plants grow. And they were talking about the koach of Avodah Zarah. If you read the Prokim in Yirmiyahu, it's amazing, but it was anything but sudden that there was a Beis Hamikdash. And then the Tanakh reports that Yirmiyahu Hanavi came back to Yerushalayim, and he looked for the cloud, the pillar, which connects Yerushalayim to the Shabayim. I'm not sure if always everybody saw that pillar, but Yirmiyahu saw that pillar, and all of a sudden he didn't see it. He says, Gewalt, the Mikdash is destroyed. And he came closer, he was in shock. Well, why was he in shock? Shavas, Suri Beni Shibuni Oivrei. All of a sudden, all of a sudden we went from being, in the time of the Bayis Rishon, we went from being, like the time of Shlomo HaMelech, we were the most respected superpower in the world. It's hard to think of ourselves as this way, because we're just a tiny little country. But in the known world at that time, Israel and Shlomo HaMelech were considered to be the most chashuv country. Everybody was afraid of us. It wasn't the Geula, but it was like almost the Geula. Everybody came to us for answers. And Shlomo HaMelech who was an Ish Shalom. He made peace between the nations. If you look at the thousands of assistance that Shlomo HaMelech gave to the nations, we were giving out assistance. We were taking assistance, and then all of a sudden, time of Nebuchadnezzar, we became disgusting. So I just want to say a word about this pitom, this suddenness. The pashtus is that you could say that even though something is going to happen, when it happens, it's sudden. If somebody's ever had a death in their family. So I remember when my father, Olav Shalom, died. He was 90-some years old, and he was quite ill there at the end of his life. But when he died, I couldn't believe it. It was a sudden death. Half is that, like, just because you know something here doesn't mean that you know something through and through. And that's one element of Shabbos. That's true. But I think there's something even deeper here. There's a big difference between the world of Shamayim and the world of Aretz. In the world of Shamayim, there is no gray areas. In the world of Shamayim, in Hashem's world, there's no babies. There's no we'll sees. Of course, there's tshuva, but what you have is black and white. Because in the world of emes, an absolute emes, so there's no makom for suffering. In Hashem's world, it's either Shabbos or it's Chol. It can't be both. In our world, there's a Ben Hashmoshes. Hashmoshes is Suffolk Yard, Suffolk Lila. That's our world. Because our world is not a world of absolute truth. Our world is a world where we have to figure things out. So it seems to me that there's a difference between the world of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and even the world of Yirmiyahu, who was so close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he was still a person. And the difference was that, on the one hand, it was in Yirmiyahu's mind, the way he processed things, the charbon should be gradual. And we'll talk about it, we'll warn people about it. It's like Noah, 600 years, talking about the flood. When it started to rain, Rashi says he had to get pushed into the ark, I'm not ready for this. Not ready, I had 600 years to get ready. Like you're talking about the flood. So here's the flood. Because he was, as a busser of a dove, he wasn't ready for Hashem's world. What you had with the Chorban Beis Hamikdash, with the Babel for that matter, is a sudden sea change, which took place, and it went from light to dark. It was like that. Just like there was Vayi Erev, Vayi Boker, and the Beit Hashmoshes was 1 second after Keharavayim. You find the same thing with Toiv, by the way. On the one hand, you find Yeshuas Hashem Keharavayim. That the Binyan Beis Hamikdash is Keharavayim. I've been speaking a lot about the Binyan Beis Hamikdash lately, both in Halachah and history. And most people, traditional people, tell me the same thing. That, the Beis Hamikdash is just going to be a vase, and it's just going to fall down on top of the Harabayas there, which Chazal say. I'm certainly not going to argue with that. Chazal say that. The emphasis about that is that, while we're here, is that there's two parts to it. There's the part of the Beis Hamikdash that we build, and then there's a part of the Beis Hamikdash that Hashem builds. It's two different things. When we build something, it's not going to last forever. It's just a building. It can last 100. We find things that are a couple thousand years old, but they're not in such good shape. The Beis Hamikdash is going to last forever, but first we have to build it. So we build the Beis Hamikdash. This is the Seder Hadbar. Let's put it in Kabbalistic terms, the Sarusa de Lasata. And then HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with his Mikdash Shel Eish and overlays the Beis Hamikdash, and it lasts forever. It becomes Lanetzah. That's the derech there. In terms of the Geula itself, Chazal say Yeshuas Hashem Geharavai. It's like the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the Chazal say, Yerushalmi says, that Yosef was walking, and he saw the Beit Shemesh, and he said the Beit Shemesh he was at the Arbel. The Beit Shemesh by the Arbel is a very slow process by Har Arbel. It's a slow process the way the juxtaposition of the heaven and the earth is right there. And he says, Kachi Geulas and Shal Yisrael. That's how the Geula is going to be. Kiba, kiba. It's a bislos. Little by little, there's going to be a Geula. Like the sun. So what is it? Is it Yeshua Hashem Keharayim? Or is it Kiba Kiba? What's the emes here? And the answer is that they're both emes. That Beit Shemesh is for us. For us, and that's what he was comparing it to, by the way. Beit Shemesh, Ba'ayin Shalom. It's a gradual process. The Geula is a gradual process. We're living in that Geula. By the end of brachas, bring the Shemar Esrei, the Kabe Sitzei Amo Yisrael, the Kabe Shofer Gadol L'Cheres Seder. There's a kiba, bracha by bracha. We're living there, in those brachas now of the Geula. But when the Geula comes, Shabbos, it's going to be Keharavai. Everyone's going to say, well, Geula, how you do Kechol? It's maybe a dichotomy between the heart and the mind, between what's real and the way our mind processes things. So we're involved with process. Because Baruch Hu is not processing. Because Baruch Hu is doing. So this is the way it was with the Charbon, and this is the way it'll be with Tashem with the Geula. There's an aspect of suddenness to it, and there's an aspect of graduality to it. Are you with me on this? It's the two dinim, and that's the Shabbos. But to us, what we couldn't get over because we didn't process it, even with all of our processing, Yirmiyahu and Klal Yisrael, and they couldn't believe that there was actually a Charbon. Did this actually happen? They couldn't believe it, just like Jews in Europe before the Holocaust couldn't believe that it was actually happening in their city. You get to the point with these things where you say, well, that's across the street. It's not here. It's not that all of a sudden it's here. We don't believe it. Where was our seichel? This is the human need to process. So whenever it happens, it's too fast. And that's the Shabbos. But then there's another thing, and I'm just remarking on this Vav more than the other ones. Sakoisa Mishkan Mistois Tuvirai. A hesber in that suddenness was the sukkah. Sukkah means, in the words of Chazal, that there is a mechitza shel barzel. B'yom shechar beis hamikdash, mechitza shel barzel was mavdil between us and Avinu Shabbat. What does that mean? What does that mean, a mechitza shel barzel? Well, the simple shot is that Hashem said to build a Beis HaMikdash. V'asu li mikdash v'shachanti b'seicham. Shchenos, shachen. He was right there. He was right there with us. V'shachanti b'seicham. If you open the first 2-3 pages of every Kaballah sefer that there is, the Ramchal, the Arizal, even the Zohar, the Rabbi Pado, the Shalom, whatever you want to open, the Eitz Chaim, the Pri-Eitz Chaim, the first 3 pages are always discussing the same issue. Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the world? That's really the hechrich of all Kabbalah's part. After that, it's all. After that, I stop reading. That's the first few pages. Why? And the answer before elaboration is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make a dira b'tachtayim. They all say maybe in different languages, but that's what all the Kabbalah say, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to be here also. And it's tricky business for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Apparently the Kabbalah talk about how can it be, how does something spiritual become something physical, how can HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is endless, become infinite, fit into something which is finite, and there's Yisoidus and Tzimtzum and Sfarim libraries put together on the topic of how does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get into this world. But suffice it to say that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to have the Shechina here. That's called Shechina. HaKadosh Baruch Hu being with Tachtayim is called Shechina. Lashon Shechina Shochet. And he's Shochet B'Seichel. When we talk about a Mechitza Shel Barzel, separating us and Avinu Shabbat Shamayim, that means like a big iron curtain that exists between, let's say, us and our neighbor. So what's the connection between us and our neighbor if there's an iron curtain between us? And what's the connection between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu if there is a mechitza shel barzel between us? And that's the concept of sakoisa. But sakoisa, mishkan miskos devirai, I read the Hebrew interpretation. Habanata mechitza b'afsekes bein beis hamikdash shel mala lebeis hamikdash shel mata ba'anan. Shleitira eschorm beis hamikdash l'rachim olav. A different concept, and that is, and this he brings from the Medrash in Eicha Rabbah. The concept was that it wasn't really a mechitza shel barzel. It just felt like a mechitza shel barzel. What it really was a mechitza shel anan. You know, I don't know if anybody as well as us understands what a mechitza shel anan is, because we get up in planes and go right through the clouds as if they're not there. Maybe ancient man thought you couldn't do that, but we do it. We go right through. It's just visual. It's just blocking. It's not real. It's actually a mechitza shel anan, and anan is very interesting because anan, clouds, are a sign of the Hester Panim, and they're also a sign of Ha'aras Panim, because you see there was a cloud on Har Sinai, and you see there was a cloud that protected us, the Anani HaKavod at the Midbar, and absorbed all the weaponry, the arrows of Amalek. And we see that there was a cloud on top of the Beis HaMikdash, which meant that the Shechina was there. That's what Yirmiyahu didn't see. So why the cloud is, on the one hand, it blurs the vision, and on the one hand, it's called a mechitza. It's not a mechitza shel barzel, it seems, but it's a mechitza, and it's kedai to say this, that I think that the pshat mechitza is that what we don't see is the hashgacha pratis that we would see if there was perfect clarity. When things are cloudy, that means there's no clarity. If your vision is cloudy, if your brain is cloudy, there's no clarity. So mechitza shel barzel is a mechitza shel barzel. It's bulletproof and prayer-proof. Mechitza shel anan is a little bit different. And how can the anan represent both of those concepts? Can you give me a chumash devar? Just want to show you something. And here I just want to humbly disagree, maybe. But Soloveitchik writes, I just want to read you this. Sakaisa v'huvla gagibare. This is a manifestation of the Kabbalistic concept of Hester Panim, God's deliberate concealment. Hester Panim is mentioned only once in the Torah. It's in Parshas Vayelech in Devar. The consequence of Hester Panim is v'haya lecho, that the Jews will be consumed. The Gemara elaborates about V'kabosh Samachaved Aleph that when God does not distinguish between the righteous and the evildoers, a period of Hester Panim prevails. And that's the simon of Hester Panim, that Eino Mafkin Beit Tzaddik l'Rasha. I'm translating his English into Hebrew. But that's what Hester Panim means. There's no the boundary between Tzaddik and Rasha. Why are the righteous suffering? Why, maybe a bigger kasha, why are the Rishayim prospering? Then he says, certainly the Holocaust was a period of Hester Panim. God turned his back on his people. Wow. God turned his back on his people. Does that give you a shrill like it gives me? God turned his back on his people, something only he could say. But I just want to point something out to you. If you look at what the Torah says, Parshas Vayelech. Anochi Aster Panai. Yeah. This is the only place, as Rav Soloveitchik pointed out, the only place where it talks in the Chumash about Hester Panim. It says that Vayomer Hashem al Moshe. It's good time for us to be ba'ayid into this for a moment. Hine shoichei v'mavosecha, you're going to die. You come home, but the people, this was right before Moshe died and right before we went into Eretz Yisrael. The Kaballah zevazona achrei elihei nechar haaretz, asher hu b'Hashem v'kir. There's a lot of Avodah Zarah in Israel and Canaan. They're going to be attracted to it. V'azavadi behefer esprisi asher karati itay. V'azavadi behefer karati itay. Said Hashem, Rosh Rabbeinu repeating, V'chara api boy bayoim hahu. I will become angry at that day. V'azavti. I will leave them. V'histarti panai behem. And I will hide my face from them. V'hayalechol. And the Jews will be consumed. After it. B'tzauhu rois, rabbis, tzaras. That's where the Charbon Beis Hamikdash and the starvation in Yerushalayim and the plagues, they all come from this pasuk that v'chara api oy bayoim hahu. V'yomar bayoim hahu, and the Jews will say on that day, haloi ki al ki'ed elikai b'kirbi b'tzaudi harois ha'elah. The Jews will say, well, God is not with us, b'kirbi, and that's why we're having all these tzaras. It says, Moshe Rabbeinu v'aloichi hastir astir panai bayoim hahu, al kol hara asher asa. The Tziv, along with many Mefarshim, and this is the derech that Rav Soloveitchik took, learns that this is all a sort of a hemshech in the psukim. And what's going on over here is Hashem is warning the Jewish people about a siluk of the Shechina. About a siluk. And I'm going to be angry, he says, very clear. And I'm going to have to do a hester punit. And continues, you'll be forced to say, that all our tzaras, so it sounds almost like tshuva. But other Mefarshim, like the Ramban and elaborated by Rav Hirsch, I don't have it here, but he sets this up as more of a conversation. What's going to happen is this, and this is what we're talking about today. What's going to happen is that we're going to do Averas during the time of the Beit Shemesh. Certainly, we're over Avodah Zarah. Just as Hashem predicted, we did it. We fell for it, and and Hashem became angry. And certainly there was a Hester Panai. And here's where the nuance begins. Ba'amar bayoim hahu, we will say, we're not doing tshuva. This is part of the chet. The chet is that we're going to say, if you look at Hirsch, we're going to say that God must be dead, God forbid. There is no more Hashem. We're going to say that, okay, Hashem did a complete siluk. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, don't go there. What you are experiencing here is not siluk hashchina, that's hester panim. Is there a difference? Hester panim means Hashem is hiding his face. Siluk hashchina means that Hashem has moved away. Seems to be a pretty Yesodistic machlokes here. I'm with Hirsch on this one. That the siluk hashchina is actually the toes
of Klal Yisrael. That's the toes. Who toes Gebura? Lashon of reverse. Complete mistake. What you are seeing is Haster Panai. So your Tzaddik writes that we need to understand that when there's a Hester Panim, so it's like the sun, and then there's a covering of the sun, an eclipse of the sun, and we're in the shadow. And often Golus is called itself. It's called the shadow. The shadow doesn't mean that the sun is not there. The shadow means that we're walking in the darkness. The sun is there. There's something that has to be removed. There's a lack of clarity. So the Haster Panai by Yoimahu, it's hard for me to be makabel. God turned his back on his people. I don't even know what that sentence means. But maybe it's the Shitas on its seat. Maybe I'm not understanding it correctly. I don't know. I'm not one to argue, but I just feel that from our hashkafa, what needs to be understood is that yes, there is a Hester Panim, and yes, there's a Golus, but it doesn't mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not there. It means, and I want to just bring one raya to this. Esther Minat Torah Minayim. Esther Minat Torah Minayim. What was the Kasha of Chazal? Where do we find the name Esther? I'll tell you what it was. It was a Persian name. Esther. Became a Jewish name. What's Esther Minat Torah Minayim? Leikin Bills and Leiramiza Barais. What the Chazal were asking is the Tkufa of Esther. The way the Farshim Rishon. The Tkufa of Esther. Where do we find this in the Torah? We know all the Goliaths are in the Torah. We know Babel's in the Torah. We know Yavan is in the Torah. Bachshachim. Where is Esther in the Torah? About Noichi Esther Panai B'Yoimahu. There was a Tkufa of Hester Panim. A Tkufa of Hester Panim means that we thought that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when we went to Golus right after the Nebuchadnezzar, and we went to Persia. That was one of the places that we went. We also went to Babel, but we went to Persia. So we thought that and Ahavat came along. That's the end of it all. That's the end of it. Eisgespielt. Like no more Jewish people, no more covenant, no more promises, no more love affair between Hashem. It's all over. We did our bears, we played Chatainu, Golinu, Be'artzeinu, it's all over. So we thought we're finished. And what did we say at that time? Ain't only high Bekirbi, but it's only Harai Sa'ilah. We said, may as well eat from the Suda of Achashverosh because ain't only high Bekirbi. We may as well try to fit in and assimilate with the Persians. That maybe it's a better derech than standing separate. It was only Mordechai and Esther who understood. Maybe there's a few others, but in that area they understood that look, just because we're not seeing the Nissim, we're not seeing the Hashgacha Pratis, we're not seeing the Kavod, we're seeing Schiyubos, we're seeing an Amalek coming forth and having a Koach. That doesn't mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not there, and we experienced, unlike Kriyas Yavsuf, we experienced Nissim just the same, but they were Nissim Nistar. So Purim is a celebration of Nissim Nistar. But it's not a case of no Hashgacha Pratis, it's a case of a cloud. There was a cloud. There wasn't the clarity that we had during the time that the Bayis Rishon was there. Esther Minat Torah Minayin means, where do we find this tkufa of Hester Panim? Somewhere in the Chumash that there's going to be a tkufa of this lack of clarity of Nissim Nistarim instead of Nissim William. The answer is this pasuk, Esther, not just a pun on the word that Esther's name was Esther, here, therefore Esther Panai. That's a tkufa that we're talking about of Hester Panim. This is an extremely important yisoid. I believe that what we need to understand is that, yes, there's Hester Panim, and I believe that the Hester Panim the cloud is slowly dissipating. But in the meantime, there's still a cloud there over our heads. But never should we say that so says the Ramban. Never should we come to a conclusion that, well, God's not watching anyway. He's not here. He's not taking care of us. He is. It's just not in the same way. It's not the same type of pleasantness. Remember me to explain Vav a little bit, and then we'll do a little bit Kehillas. Navlo idenu b'tzul dechuya. Chazal, the Mefarshim explains that any chiksul lechazayin ben brechia, that ad pilei gilgul chavuya any moilelos b'yavanis nechuya. Yavan in here, we have tzul dechuya. Yavan doesn't seem to be talking about the time of Yavan, but Yavan was considered darkness. Yavan, in a way, was the worst of the gullus, in the sense that we had not just pain and killing and suffering and gullus, but assimilation. Yavan, the hallmark of Yavan was misyavnim. We don't find like misbavlim as much as we find misyavnim. There were people that became Romanish, Elisha ben Avuya, but it wasn't a movement like it was in the time of Yavan, because Yavan attacked our minds and attacked the clarity of where we are. We would talk about miracles, and we would talk about HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we'd get an eye roll from the Yavanim. Still do. Like, there he goes again with the miracles. That's the Yavan. And Yavan, Tita Yavan in Chazal, it's called quicksand. Quicksand is called Tita Yavan. You fall into this thing and you just can't get out. So it's called Tita Yavan. Is there such a thing really? I don't know. It's quicksand. It was on television when I was a kid. But I don't know exactly what it is, but I know it's this idea that you fall into it and you can't get out. This was the attack on who we are, what we believe, what we think, the things we tell our children, our educational system. That was Yavan, and in a way that was worse than everything else. And Eini Moilelos B'Yavanis Nechuya is referring to all of this is like a roish, in a certain way it was a roish to all of the Golios. And here we say Al Pnei Pras Nupatsu Chasideha. When we finally and painfully left Bavel, left Eretz Yisrael for Bavel, so the way the map works, we came upon the Nahar Bras, the Euphrates, and the Euphrates River was for us in all of the pain. It was a pleasant sight, because the Euphrates is not only beautiful, but it was water to drink, and we had 1 million, apparently according to Josephus, over 1 million families were displaced by the Harb and Bayis Rishon, and here we were walking towards Bavel, we didn't know who was walking, and who's going to accept us, and who's going to feed us. And when we got to the Nahar Pras, we thought, okay, at least we'll stop, we'll have an oasis, we drink. But the Nahar Pras apparently, Lekach Gozer Hashem, was polluted. And the Medrash Eicha tells us that when we drank from the Nahar Pras, we lost, I think the number was 240,000 people, the Medrash Eicha, drinking from the Nahar Pras. We drank and we drank and we drank, but it wasn't drinkable water. And as that tragedy was happening, we remember the miracles of water. Palge Suf Zachra Ka'ari Yisodeha. We remember the splitting of the sea and how the miracles happened with water. We saw Esther Panim, we're not in Zilcha. Maybe Al Hamayim, we weren't Zilcha. Ka'ari Yisodeha, as Nebuchadnezzar was Aru, Ad HaYisoidba. I mentioned last night, they have all kinds of artifacts from the Bayis Sheni. There's nothing from the Bayis Rishon. And you're not going to find anything from Bayis Rishon except for the wall goes down a little bit lower. And the reason for it was because Nebuchadnezzar's concept was Aru Ad HaYisoid, but let's uproot the whole thing. Let's get rid of everything. He didn't want there to be artifacts. The Romans had a different idea, but that was Nebuchadnezzar. There's nothing left. Patsu Chazire Yar Aye Chasideha. Patsu Maisa Area Lunideha. Now, I spoke about this on Shabbos a little bit. I want to clarify. The Gemara says in Yuma, that that when the enemy came into the Beis Hamikdash, it had to have been the Bayis Rishon. So they found the keruvim on top of the Aron, Ma'urim Zebazeh. They found the keruvim hugging. And they pulled the keruvim out and they marched them through the streets of Yerushalayim. And this is referring to Patsum Maisei area, means Erva, Lenideha. They came out and they said, the Jews are meant to be holy, and here's this like a Maisa area, Maisa Arayas, that's at the root of the whole Yiddishkeit, right there in the Kodesh HaKadosh. That's what they pulled out. And it's a very, it's a story that we've all heard. It's a very difficult story to understand because, actually an impossible story to understand because there was no, when the Babylonians came into the Beit Shemesh, their Beit Shemesh, there were no keruvim there. And Shaul asked, there were no keruvim. We know that 22 years before the Churban Beit Shemesh, Yoshiyahu HaMelech hid the Aram and the keruvim. He hid them. So what did they find? So the Persians are concerned about this. Like, what did they find? Maybe they found a painting of the keruvim. Maybe there's a lot of different suggestions made in the Mefarshim of the Gemara Yoma, Mandala and Amalef. But whatever it is, it's a pella. Like, how could it be that this? How could this whole story be? But I just want to explain to you what the premise of the story is. And that is that it's a Medrash Rabbah. And I think that it's important for us to be Talmidei Chachamim here. The Medrash Rabbah says in Psicha Beis Tes, Rabbi Yitzchak Pasach, Boshnu, quotes Rabbi Yaacov, Boshnu ki shamanu cherpa chisas achliva ponenu. We were so embarrassed, we had such a busha, ki vo zarim al mikdashei Beis Hashem. When they came, we were embarrassed, not distraught, not depressed, embarrassed, Uriel said, when they came and they saw the Kodesh HaKadosh. So what was the embarrassment? That's where this sugya begins. It says the Medrash, Ataboitse, B'shah shenichnasu Saidim Yerushalayim, nichnasu imahem amayim umayavim. Abu Dhabi, not talking about Babylonians, we're not talking about Romans, we're talking about Abu Dhabi. They came, Nichnasu Iman Abayim Ubayavim. Shenebar Yadai Paras Tsar Al Kol Machmadeh, Kiras Agoyim Bo Mikdasha Ashir Tzivisa La Yavayu Bakal Lach. They came into Yerushalayim, even though there's a mitzvah which says that you're not allowed to bring them into Klal Yisrael. Layove Bakalasher. Nichnasu, this is Avagabaya. You have it? Not Nebuchadnezzar. Nichnasu lebeis Kodshei HaKadoshim, umatzu sham shnei keruvim. So here's the story. The story is that 23 years before the Churban Beis HaMikdash, Avagabaya, who lived in Jordan, Syria, Amon Umayyav, who we knew from biblical times, they came to Nebuchadnezzar, who was shoylet the kippah, he was shoylet on the whole region, and they said before there was a Churban, let's go into the let's go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim and steal the Aram, raiders of the Ark. Natlu Aisad, they took the keruvim. I don't know if they took the Aram, but they took the keruvim. Natlu HaKeruvim, but Nasnu Aisad B'chliva, they put it into a cage, like a glass display box. And they walked around with it b'chutzais Yerushalayim. Doesn't everybody say there's no Avodah Zarah by the Jews? Take a look at this. Doesn't everybody say that there's no Arayas by the Jews? Take a look at this. Look what we found. What they're worshiping. All the same things. All the same things. Nothing special about the Jewish people. Ahavat Yisroel, 23 years before the Churban Beit Shemesh, snatched the Kruvim and took them and paraded them in B'chutzos Yerushalayim, outside Yerushalayim, to make a demonstration. Yoshiyahu HaMelech, and I'm combining here, for the sake of time, I'm just putting it all together. Yoshiyahu HaMelech recaptured the Kruvim 23 years before the Churban Beit Shemesh. He was the Melech. We're going to learn about Yoshiyahu in a minute. And he brought them back in. And he said that this is Masakana. And there's a reason why Shlomo HaMelech built tunnels and secret pathways and caves under the base. Shlomo HaMelech already built this. When he was Beit Shemesh B'Tifartoi, he was building an Unterwelt to hide the Arkodesh from Messiah. So it was at that time that Yoshiyahu was Ganaz, the Savial Shemani in the Malachim. It was at that time that Yoshiyahu HaMelech was Ganaz, the Aron and the Kruvim, and he brought it down to the basement, and it's Ganaz Sham Ad Hayoim Hazeh. That's where it is. That's how the Rambam Paskins and Achlekes in the Gemara. Where's the Aron? The Rambam Paskins Gadzu B'mei Yoshiyahu. That was Ganaz. That was how the story happened. The story did not happen as everybody says about them. The Gemara Yuma is not talking about the Babylonians, not talking about the Romans, it's talking about Amoid and Moab. That's what it's talking about. Now, it's an interesting thing. The Medrash comes on to say, Bo'esa Shah, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu saw that, Nishba HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shu Mikakeya Beit Sasan Min Ha'olam. It was at that moment in history when Ammon and Moav paraded and was mevazeh, Klal Yisrael, the Shechina, the Torah, the Aron, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was geyser on them, l'kakeya beit sasan min ha'olam. They will now be destroyed. Significant, because Ammon and Moav, read the parsha yesterday. Ammon and Moav were Unterweltniks that should have been destroyed by us years ago, like years before, like Amalek, like Kehillas Shivtei Yeshurun. Were terrible people. And they always were anti-Semites, always anti-Semites. But there's something about Ahavat Yisroel, and that is that Ahavat Yisroel were the B'nai Light, grandchildren of light. And the B'nai Light cohabited with their father and gave birth to Ahavat Yisroel. And Chazal say, Darshan of Psukim, that Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, be careful with the B'nai Light, save them from Sodom, even though they may not have been right to be saved from Sodom, the B'nai Light. But save them from light, because in them is Shtei Tragedies, Rus, Haba, Avia, and Abba. Meaning, we spoke about this on Shabbos, that it's the way it is, that the greatest things of the world, the Geula, comes from the lowest places. So not only the incestuous slope, that's where David HaMelech comes from, that's where Moshiach comes from, but it came from stone. They goof a word stone, which is the worst place, the worst Maisa, the worst place. That's where the Geula comes from. And I explained on Shabbos that the reason for that is because, as much as we can understand, the reason for that is because Geula means a Mahapecha. And a Mahapecha means that you're going to the lowest place and you're turning over the earth to get to the highest place. If you don't do the Geula at the lowest place, the Haidu Bestoy, B'nai Light, then that means that the Malchus Hashem didn't reach everywhere. It has to reach everywhere. It has to permeate to the lowest point. So that's why the Geula Batzasi is David Avdi Bestoy. Stoy was the Bakar of the Geula, the B'nai Light. So Ahavat Yisroel, he's Zayir B'Ahavat Yisroel, he's Zayir B'nai Light, Hashem said. Watch out, be careful with them, because Shtei Tragedies, Toivos, Yates. So it's interesting that if you look in the Parsha, Devar, Al Tatzer is Moav. That's what it means. Ki livnei light dasati lahem Yerusha. Is that what it says in the pasuk? Or the pasuk, right? By Moav it says it, and then 5-6 psukim later by Ammon it says, Ki livnei light. Because the Yerusha is going, this is a Yerusha of light. Don't, even at the time of Moshe Rabbeinu, not the time of Avraham Avinu, the time of Moshe Rabbeinu, be careful with Ammon and Moav. Because in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu, you didn't yet have Rus HaMoaviyah. So we were preserving our enemy. What people we are. Confusing to be a Jew or no? Well, here we're preserving arch enemy number 2. Arch enemy number 1 was Amalek. We're preserving arch enemy number 2, Moab and Ammon, who are trying to kill us, and they're hurting us because we know that from them is going to come the Mashiach. Al Tatzer is Moab, leave them alone. Al Tiskar Ban Milchama. Don't start with them. You're going to want to, but don't do them, and let them have a place. Here we are. Abu Rubayim lives all the way until Nebuchadnezzar, Ayis Rishon. Abu Rubayim comes from Transjordan with their anti-Semitic shtickle, and they go like the Miatzim of Paroi. They go to the Nebuchadnezzar and they say, look, we have an idea for you. Let's throw a little kerosene on the fire. We have an idea for you. Don't just destroy Yerushalayim. Don't just destroy a bunch of Jews. Destroy Judaism. And this is how you destroy Judaism. Abu Rubayim had an 8. So this is how you destroy Judaism. Look how low they are. Let's break in to as far as we know, that was in the middle of the night. Who knows? Let's break into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Let's show the world what's going on in there. Let's show the world these kerubim that they created with these kerubim through the and Ba'is Shah, and it was at that moment and only at that moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu said enough with Abu Rubayim. Ba'is Shah nishma HaKadosh Baruch Hu shu b'kakeh beitzasa min ha'olam. That's when their destruction couldn't have happened in Stoim. Shelebar. Listen to this. It says in Sfanya, Beis wasn't test. Lachain said Sfanya, b'shem Hashem. Chai alinu b'Hashem tzivakos Elokei Yisrael, ki moav kistoim to you, ubnei Ammon ka'amoira. You know where they're going? Right to where they should have gone l'chatchila. We've got the Preda, we've got our Rus, we've got our Yoshiyahu Amelech, who's a Ben David Abdecha. We have everything we need. I'm not going to kill Abu Rubayim. Maybe they did tshuva. Maybe, after all, they conceived the Mashiach. But now, after all these generations, that this is such a Musar Haskell. What was their Mekakeh Beit Sasha? The egg was smashed. You're mavazing the Torah. You're messing with my Torah. You're messing with my covenant. You're messing with the covenant of Yisrael. These are my people. This is the Hester part. And the Hester part it was that as much as HaKadosh Baruch Hu was doing a korban of the bias, Ba'oisei Shah Mamish, he's Mekakeh Beit Sasha Shal Yisrael, and as it goes on to say, Kivat Shechatu Golu. There was Xeras Golos. Now, we don't find Xeras, this is Yaakov Haber speaking, not the man. We don't find Xeras of Golos of Ammon and Moav at that time. I looked. There's no history of Xeras of Transjordan populations at that time. You know when the Xera of Ammon, of Golos, of Ammon and Moav took place? About 3 months ago. Because today, all of those people, I think the number is 3.1 million Syrian refugees. And 11 million homeless. We have a Golos, they have a Golos. Libi Amarli, that the Xera of Ammon and Moav was then, this internet doesn't go to the wrong people. I don't necessarily want this tweeted, but the Xera was then when they paraded the Oro through the streets. But the cube of the Xera, the cube of Golos that you find by Ammon and Moav is today as we speak. We're seeing it. We're seeing it. But you know what? There's a difference between their Golos and our Golas. And this is why I'm mentioning this. We need to know this. Because with their Golas, it was Mikakea Beit Sasa. They were destroyed. You can't put an egg back together. You can put a dish back together, but you can't put an egg back together. By Klal Yisrael, it only says that by Bavel, the Navi says, Ratzah HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'kakea Beit Sasa Shel Yisrael, until the Malach came, it says, and said, no, don't do it. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu saved us, Kisrid Yotzei B'Yesh. We were not. We are here forever. Some of us dropped out, but most of us, those of us that are here, yeah? So we're here. So there was never a Mekakea Beit Sasa Shel Yisrael. The difference between their goals and our goals is coming to an end, and their goals just beginning. If they are from Ahavat Yisroel. I know that Sancherib came, I'm aware. That was Mevalbo Kol HaUbais. I'm aware of it. But sometimes it just hits you in the face that it's not so passionate. And as a humanitarian, my heart goes out to everybody who's suffering, and it's not for us to judge who should suffer, who shouldn't. It's for us to save people. But I'm just looking at the Xeris Hashem, that's all, at the Medrash. Hischil Yirmiyahu b'koinen aleihem. Kiven shegalu hischil Yirmiyahu b'koinen aleihem eicha. Yirmiyahu said on them, eicha. And that was the Baishnuki Shamanu Cherba. That was for giving the Busha to Klal Yisrael, the Busha that we had. So an important piece of information here. We're still in the first Kina. I just I mentioned that Shabbos, I think that Rabbi Yitzchak Berditchev, he says that what's Kaballah shot that the Kruvim were Ba'urim Zebazeh. They were hugging each other. We know that the Kruvim were somehow sensitive to the condition of the Jewish people. And if the condition of the Jewish people was good, so there was Panim Alachesa. Because of the spirit of the Sukkah, they faced each other. And when we were not doing the Ritzayna Shalmachai, they were back to back. So here we were obviously not doing the Ritzayna Shalmachai, and yet they were Ba'urim Zebazah, they were hugging each other. So Levi Yitzchak Berditchev says, what's B'chalim Shot, that they were Ba'urim? How could it be they were Ba'urim? They should have gone into, the Ahavat Yisroel should have gone into, he doesn't say Ahavat Yisroel, I'm not sure it's pretty bad. Ahavat Yisroel should have gone into the Kodesh Kodashim, but you should have found them, crew back to back, like we're not talking to each other. What's the Ba'urim Zebazah? Levi Yitzchak Kedai mention his holy sensitivity that he had. He said that that what you were seeing there was Chayav Adam Lahafkin Asishtay Kodim Shiyotz Laderech. That you go away on a business trip, you give your wife a hug. It's a very deep and it's a holy one because Chayav Adam Lahafkin Asishtay Shiyotz Laderech is that we're separate, but we're not separate. We're separate, but we're together. And that's the before the Golus Bavel, which was the first Golus. Before the Golus Bavel, when we went this long journey that we're still on today, we must never forget that the Kruvim were Ba'urim Zebazeh. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu said that you're my people, B'nai B'char Yisrael. You have a long journey to go on. A difficult journey to go on. Last night, the whole Arbogolios that you need to go on, it's already in the Bris Ben Absar. But I'm with you the whole time. Rabbi, so we need to feel that. Like we need to feel it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu every once in a while gives us that wink. We see miracles in the wars, in the 6-day war. Every day we see miracles. Every day. All the way to the 6-day war. Every day, they found this on a train, like this has been a place that we got. Kadosh Baruch Hu with the Tzaris is with us. And what we need to remember, and I want to place this permanently in our minds, that the Kruvim were Ba'urim Zebazeh. Chayav Adam Lahafkin Asishtay, with Kodesh Asishtay. Kodim Shiyotz Laderech. This is Levi Yitzchak.
And also, was up in the days of the responsible.
Yeah, that was what I spoke about. Yeah, the 21 days of the 3 weeks of this regulation.
The closest.
Yeah.
Afterwards, what that's like.
How shall I predest? How shall I predest? Okay. Let's just go a little bit further. Again, as I say, I want to spend a little more time on Vav, and then we'll read. But Vav is Yesidistic. If you go a paragraph or two later, it's just important to see clearly that we went through so many different periods in Golos, and the Kala writes, Atakalam Itbatu Majed or Muni, you see that paragraph? And Koili Lahashmia Ba'arav Higrimuni. And at times we depended Ba'arav on the Arabs. Arab is the Arabs. And this refers to another Medrash a few pages later, which says that when we left Bavel, we encountered the Bnei Yishmael. And we said to ourselves, when I say we said to ourselves, we're talking about a few million people. We said that we were a traveling Golos, exile, Israel in motion. And we encountered the Bnei Yishmael, and we were starving. And we were hungry, and we needed friendship. And at that time we said, well, the Bnei Yishmael is coming out to greet us, and they don't look like they're ready for war. And they're our cousins, really, right? I mean, we believe, we come from the same sort of, we're all the Bnei Avraham. And maybe we found a little bit of a Yeshua here with the Bnei Ha'arav, as he puts it in, Ba'arav. And the Chazal say, this is what this is referring to, that it didn't work out. What the Bnei Yishmael did is they brought out food, and they brought out big tubs of, barrels of water, noidos, of water, water containers of water. And the food, they brought out, like those 200 Zarchim, these are Jews, so they gave us herring and smells, all kinds of salty things. Devarim malufim, like, made a whole kiddush out of it, And we ate, because the Bnei Yishmael, they're nice to us. And then they gave us the barrels of water, because we were, after the herring, you have to have, water, schnapps, but at least water, And the barrels were empty. It was a fake. And they did this with a trick to hurt us, and we lost again. Hundreds of thousands of people, according to the Medrash, died of thirst when they wouldn't have died because of the Bnei Yishmael. This is Koili Lahashmiya Ba'arav Higrimuni. We depended, and this tells you that as we go through Golos, we depend on the Goyim to help us and to save us, and they'll take care of us, and halavai, but so far it hasn't worked out very well for us. Just amazing how, not just us, I think it's amazing how people have this ability to ignore. You always wonder about how, America is such a civilized country, Medina Shel Chesed, they just completely ignored the Holocaust for such a long time until it was millions of people died. It wasn't in the news, it wasn't in the, you didn't see it in the New York Times apparently, it wasn't on the headlines, another 100,000 Jews are gassed in Auschwitz. It didn't make it to the news, which apparently there was an amazing thing in history which nobody understands. But the truth is not so hard to understand because, for instance, who knows what's going on now in Turkey? It's not in the New York Times either. Nobody knows. They closed the news. And, what's really going on, I think, is my own personal opinion, is the psychological denial. You can't rely on the Arab, and you can't rely on even people that are nice people, because at the end, it's more comfortable to just deny that what's going on out there and what's going on. We do it too. We deny the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people. We just, it's not across the street yet. It's just, 9 miles or some places. It is. How far is it to Syria or anything? How far is it? When you're standing in the Golan, you're looking at it. We've been there. We can ignore it. I'm not a bit of a hypocrite in this. I don't want to talk about it too much. I'm saying it's not a kasha to me how we are ignored, but the lesson is that as Jews, for sure, we were never able to depend on anybody to help us. And we've seen that even in our days, that we really couldn't depend on somebody who was at my Shabbos table. They were saying that Australia, which is a nice country, Australia, afterward there was a question there of taking in Jews. Jews had no place to go for a long time. And the Prime Minister of Australia said that, we don't have a Jewish problem here in South Europe, and we don't want one. It was after a lot of lobbying that they took a certain quota of Jews into Australia. And then finally, I wanted to. Lama ruach ha'peinu latevach shamaru. When I said finally, I think for both. Lama ruach ha'peinu latevach shamaru. The shot is, the Mepharshim say, how could it be that ruach ha'peinu? Who is ruach ha'peinu? Yoshiyahu. So how could it be that Yoshiyahu latevach shamaru was butchered to death? Or I read the Hebrew here. Yirmiyahu called Yoshiyahu Mashiach. We're going to do a keynote about Yoshiyahu. I don't want to speak about it more than a couple minutes, but here we see that Mashiach and Yoshiyahu are called Ruach HaPeinu. I just want to, it's good for us to think for a second. Why is Mashiach called? Why was Yoshiyahu called Ruach HaPeinu? Ruach HaPeinu, Ruach HaPeinu, Mashiach, Mashiach, Mashiach. Ben David Abdecha, right? Why Ruach HaPeinu? So the simple shot, or the positive shot, or the wrong shot, is that Ruach HaPeinu, like when Mashiach is here, it's like a breath of fresh air. We breathe easy. That's the shot. That's what people say. That's what the Aaron scrolls. Ruach HaPeinu, does it Spiros? Ruach HaPeinu, we can breathe easily. When you're nervous, when you're tense, you can't breathe properly. All of a sudden we became like yoga breathers. Ruach HaPeinu, Mashiach. I'll tell you like what I believe is the correct shot in Ruach HaPeinu. When the Kadosh Baruch Hu created Adam, he blew into our nostrils. The breath that we have was given to us by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And breath, by the way, is the halachic definition of alive or dead. Not the beating of the heart, not the brain. There's no brain death. It's either you're breathing or you're not breathing. It's as simple as that. If you're not breathing, you're dead. The svara is, that's the halacha. The svara is because when we were animated, when we were given our neshama, it was vayipach ba'apo nishmas chayim. Ruach bebalolo. That's why the Gemara says that you make a bracha on reach. Make a bracha. The Gemara bracha is lavagov. You make a bracha on reach. When you smell something, you make a very good summit. Why? Because that's called hanos. What's the hana? Not full. It's hanos haneshama. Ezu hanos haneshama. Dalabibadu haveoiver says the Gemara zureach. Shadabar kol haneshama tahalel kam. Kol haneshama tahalel. So the reach that we breathe in through our nose, dafka, because when you breathe through your mouth, you don't smell anything. When you breathe in through your nose, so that reach is the neshama having hana. So it's the Gemara, of course. Kol haneshama tahalel kam. That's the neshama having hana. When Hashem breathed the soul into us, that it was done with breath. There's another concept here, and that is, if you're not familiar, let me make you familiar with this on a very simple level. There's something called the neshama haklali. Neshama haklali, basic Kaballah 101. Neshama haklali means two things really. That as Hashem breathed into the neshama of Adam Arishan, he was a neshama haklali. So basically, he breathed the neshama, which was not going to diversify into millions and millions of people, especially Jews have that chashuv neshama, breath of Hashem. So the breath of Hashem is divided into millions. All of us have it, but it was just one breath of Hashem. But Adam was a neshama klali in the so far as that he contained all of the neshamas of Klal Yisrael. V'chein b'chol dor v'dor. In every generation, there's a tzaddik, which is tzaddik yisoid oilamidas hayisoid. That's what tzaddik yisoid oil means, which contains in it the breath or the neshama of everybody. So there's a like we all have our individual neshama, but the tzaddik in the door, the gadol hador, the tzaddik in the door, has to be able to be margish of every single person's neshama and relate to every single person's neshama and be able to feel the pain of every single neshama and be able to feel the simcha and the ruach hakodesh. It's not that it's coming through him; it's that tzaddik is the central headquarters of all of the breaths that gives out. That's what the neshama haklali is. The example of neshama haklali is Mashiach. Mashiach is the neshama haklali. It's not just great leader, great warrior, great king. It's a different idea. It's an idea of he is ein melech b'loy am. That it's like Yeshua. Halach kileged ruchai, the breath, so kol echad ve'echad. The ruach wasn't that he got along with everybody. Ruchai, he had a little bit of everybody's neshama. That's why he was the man. Ish asher ruach by. Ish asher ruach by. He was the neshama haklali. So Mashiach then, and for that matter, every neshama haklali. By the way, everybody can become one. Everybody has a chance to become a neshama haklali. As you take on the whole Klal Yisrael, as you're concerned, if you have a big enough neshama, if you can grow your neshama, it takes a lot of calisthenics this one. But as if you can grow your neshama to carry Klal Yisrael, then you have the neshama of Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I don't know, do I have the neshama of Klal Yisrael? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, get it. Shal nalecha me'al raglecha. You need to expand your neshama. Until he did have the neshama of all of Klal Yisrael. So he was a neshama klali. The words for neshama klali is ruach apenu. You get it? Hayikbach ba'apav nishmas chayiv is lashon yachid. Ruach apenu, he, Mashiach, is the collective neshama of Klal Yisrael. Ruach apenu, Mashiach Hashem. So when we talk about Yoshiyahu, it could be that they thought he was Mashiach, but he wasn't Mashiach. But he's still called Ruach HaPenu because Yoshiyahu had a very, very big neshama. He had a neshama for everybody. The bigger our neshama is, the more people we're hooked in. This is a big avodah Rabbi said to share, because the more neshama klali is, we talk about achdus in a superficial way. The serious achdus is to have a neshama for everybody. Moshe Rabbeinu was shakol keneged kol ha'am. So shakol keneged kol ha'am means like a scale, shakol. You put one on one side and equal weight on the other side, and it holds it in balance. Moshe Rabbeinu was the same weight, the same balance. He balanced out the scale of all of Klal Yisrael. And what happens with that's what Moshe Rabbeinu's godless was. A gadol hador, tzaddik hador is the neshama haklali. He's holding the whole Klal Yisrael on the side of the weight. And what happens is, though, there's two things. Number one is, wow, we're by chashuv, I'm holding the whole Klal Yisrael. If you can't hold the whole Klal Yisrael, find one other person or 10 other people and hold them in your neshama, and you have their schlusim. You have their schlusim on the one hand. On the other hand, when Klal Yisrael jumps off the scale, so the other side goes off balanced also. Flip, I guess Moshe Rabbeinu flip to Shabayim. Lech reid, Rashi says, B'gdulascha. By the ego, Lech reid, Klum lasati l'chagdula ela b'shvil Yisrael. Your neshama is only what your neshama is because the only reason you're able to get Kabbalah Torah and the Nebuah for all Klal Yisrael, if we want the Nebuah, we have to take on Klal Yisrael. Is because of because you took it out, but if Klal Yisrael is not there, you're not there either. So this is the message of Lama Ruach HaPenu LaTevach Shamaru, as another little argument I have with Rav Soloveitchik, because Rav Soloveitchik writes that we see so many Kinos about Yoshiyahu to teach us that the tzara of the individual is also important to us, not just the tzara of the tzibur. So I just humbly want to say that Yoshio was not the tzara of an individual. Yoshio was the tzara of the tzipor. Yoshio was the shliach tzipor. He was the neshama klali. Ruach hapeinu, Mashiach Hashem. And this can be said about so many tzaddikim and so many gedolim, including Mashiach. So when we say Lama Ruach hapeinu latevach shabaru, what we mean to say is you took away our collective neshama. Like it's when you killed Yoshiyahu, a part of all of us died. When Yoshia wasn't just a great man. In the next paragraph, we say Hashiveni Sisi Shima Lagoit Sayani. This takes us to the Roman times. That's how it's all mixed in. Hashiveni Sisi Shima Lagoit Sayani. Hashem listened to our tefillos. Shivta B'Rabais Chaser Lat Ki'edi, because the Romans came in to our Chaser of the Beit Hamikdash Lat Ki'edi to torture us. Sifsei B'Sharei Tvir Damamu Lahadivedi, and they quieted the singing of the Nevi'im. I want to tell you something remarkable. The Gemara says that Zvachim Chapimol. But Beseira, Beseira asked the question that he lived at the time of the Churban by Shady. He said, when the enemies are surrounding the Beit Hamikdash and entering into the Beit Hamikdash, should we continue to do the avodah or not? Ever hear a question like that? Like, in the Holocaust, huh?
Yeah.
Auschwitz. Rav Asher is a safe. Should we continue to do the avodah in the Beit Hamikdash? And the Gemara answered him, that even during the Churban Mamish, should continue to do the avodah, and the Leviim should continue to sing. Now, I want you to picture what that means. That as the Romans were destroying the Beit Hamikdash, Chazal say in Eicha Rabbah that the Leviim didn't stop singing. And Josephus, who saw this, witnessed this, describes the scene. I read it. He describes the scene of the Leviim being killed while they were singing. I saw, let me show you something. This is a good book. But one of the interesting things about this book is that he has, there are painters in the museums of Rome that painted the Diuk according to Josephus. See? Look at this painting. It's amazing. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see it. That's basically that's fire. These are the Romans taking out the Kehillah. And here on the Duchan, a Levium, the Duchana, painting a Josephus. Levium singing. I was sitting there in this painting. I'm showing this to get a picture. Just a picture of what it must have been at that time to have the fires, according to the eyewitness of Josephus, the fires of the Beit Hamikdash and the Levium singing, like you say, Rav Ashri. This is the so we say here in the Kinos, Sivsei B'Sharei Dvir, based on that Gemara in Zvach M'chav Gimel, Sivsei B'Sharei Dvir Damamu Lahadivedi. They were stopped, Damamu, they were shut up in the middle of their niggin. What a tsar. You know, it's a horrible tsar, it's not echa, but like it's what a statement about the Jewish people. That they didn't stop doing the avodah. As long as they could do the avodah, now what was that? Was that we have to do ours, Hashem has to do his. The Levium we have to sing. The Romans are doing what they're doing, and we're trying to stop them. There's people trying to stop them. Our job is to sing. You know, it's we have to do ours. just such an amazing, I don't even want to elaborate on what that means for us because I don't want to limit it in any way, but there's no such thing as a zman that makes us putter. Do you know that, I just to tell you, I always think about this because the Rishonim say it, that a person is put in a position to die al Kiddush Hashem. Bow down to this idol or I'll kill you. So everybody knows, Shlosh Haveros, usually says, V'chai b'hem, Shlosh Haveros, Yaharev v'ayam. Let's say you don't, and I run. I don't know what we would do if we were in that situation. So, Einoid should I say, the Rambam brings the halacha, he doesn't get any kind of anointish, he doesn't do any, I just rough one a patcher. I just rough one a patcher. I'm not chayiv to go kill myself. It's a mitzvah. So, I mean, you think to yourself, how was there ever a situation of dying al Kiddush Hashem? Was there ever? Hundreds of thousands of times. There were Jews that died al Kiddush Hashem when they could have walked the other way and they could have said, "Oh, just Rahman Patra." Because this is the neshama of a Jew. I'm telling you, I wonder myself. I make this cheshbon. And the answer is, I don't know what I would do. I'd like to think I would do the right thing. And probably everybody would do the right thing, the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem. If we know that Hashem is being glorified, His name is being glorified, probably we would. You know why? Because we have a neshama, and when we're in danger, our neshama is seriously activated. And we're working on neshama. We're not working with our seichel anymore. We go to the neshama flight. And the neshama flight says, so kill him. That's what we do. And that's the shot of the Levium. The Levium could have been running through the streets of Yerushalayim and gotten out of there, and probably they may have lived, but they sang and they brought karbanos. The Kahana brought karbanos, like Ben Besayer says, the diyuk in the time of the barber. The next paragraph is Kitab Chakta B'Chesoi Falecha. I always mention this, that Yaakov Avinu, the Medrash says, and this is what this is referring to, Yaakov Avinu, when he had his nebuah with the Sulam, Malachi Elikim Oilim V'Yardim Bay. So Malachi Elikim Oilim V'Yardim Bay. Because I'll say he also saw at that time on top of the ladder, Ra Kisei HaKavod. He saw the Kisei HaKavod. The Chassam Sofer in Parshas Vayetze, urging to see that the brings a medrash that says that the dream of Yaakov Avinu took place on Tisha B'Av. And they have the Torah Moshe of the Chassam Sofer on page 5. There is the Parshas Vayetze that the Tisha B'Av was the time that Yaakov Avinu had this dream, and that's why he saw Malachi Elokim Oilim V'Yardim Bay. He saw the Arba Goliaths. He saw the whole Tisha B'Av. But one of the things that he saw, says Chazal, is he went up to the top of the ladder in his nevuah, and he saw the Kisei HaKavod. I don't know what the Kisei HaKavod is, but I do know that the Kisei HaKavod is in the world of Bria. That's how high he got. There's Atzilus, Bria, Yetzirah, Asiya. He got to the world of Bria in that dream. Atzilus he didn't get to. And that's where the Kisei HaKavod is, and that's called in Kabbalistic language the book of the Bria. It's called Bria because that's the Bria's Hanashavas. That's where the Shavas. You find all over Chazal, you find all over Shas that Shava, Chatar, Chatira, Tachas, Kisei HaKavod. Right? The Kisei HaKavod is the book of the Yetzirah's Hanashavas. And the Roshei Hanashavas are Chakuk ala Kisei. This is obviously not to be taken literally, but just to give us an idea. So Yaakov Avinu, say Chazal, looked at in his nebuah, he saw the Kisei HaKavod, and on the Kisei HaKavod he saw Avraham, his name, his grandfather. Then he saw Yitzchak, Chakuk ala Kisei HaKavod. And he says he felt comfortable. What does that mean? That they were on the Kisei HaKavod. and he felt comfortable on that level. And then he saw his own name, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Chakuk al Kisei HaKavod. Ki tam chakta b'ches efanecha. Tam is Yaakov's tam. Tam chakta was mechukak al kes efanecha al the Kisei HaKavod. What does it mean? It means that the neshamas are being created for the Kisei HaKavod, but then there are, remember I said before that the Neshama Klali means two things. It means the tzaddik here, but also means the tzaddik there. All our neshamas, we have a neshama Klali of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Ain't kared avos elo l'shleishim. That's what the Gemara says. Not allowed to say avos except for Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Not David HaMelech, not Moshe Rabbeinu. Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov were avos olam, and the reason is because they gave an avhus to all of the neshamas of Klal Yisrael. Ain't kared avos elo l'shleishim. Yaakov Avinu realized that he's one of the avos. He saw that in his chalai. And as one of the avos, he was the source of everybody's neshama. In Kinos we say, how could you destroy the Jewish people? We're the Bnei Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Our neshamas are central neshamas for the whole Jewish people. Kitab, Yaakov Dafka, not Avraham and Yitzchak, but Yaakov Dafka represented Klal Yisrael. The Shivtei Ka. That was Yaakov. So Tiferes Yisrael. So how could you destroy us when Yaakov is Chakuk al Kisei HaKavod? This goes together with Lama Ruach HaPeinu L'Tevach Shemaru. It's all the same thing. When we're talking about Jews, we're also Neshama Klali to the rest of the world. It all comes through our Neshamas. So Kitam Chakta B'Chesh Efanecha Tashim Lahem Gul Ka'az Chazosh Banecha. You'll read this and you'll see that how could those that are being biyayids to get rid of us are actually being biyayids to get rid of themselves. They will vanish. Let's just, so we say Kinos, let's just say Vav together. Shavah Sarah, Kehillas Zion is the beginning of the Eicha series, obviously, as I take off from Eicha Yashva Badad. As I said earlier, that Eicha is the ultimate chutzpah, if you will. Eicha, where are all those nevuahs? Where is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Where is the Shekhinah? Eicha, and the special reshus that we have. I'm not going to translate or interpret Eicha because it says Zayin by ourselves, but I just want to say a halacha. That the halacha is that one's not allowed to question HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Can I get halacha to question HaKadosh Baruch Hu? We're not allowed to say Eicha, really. Eicha, Atzta Ba'apecha, such lashon of chutzpah. The only time there's let's say a heter, but a toifsin adam of a tzara. The person is not nitfas, we're not blamed for what we do. Rashi says, Kishabesa Mutal, meaning that where we have a fresh makkah in front of us, and we say Eicha or Alalayli or Hashem, where are you? How could you do this? This is not only understandable. It's not only understandable, and it's not only permitted, but it's actually expected. Because, as I said at the beginning, what we're looking for more than anything else here in life is authenticity. And if our neshama tells us to question and to cry, we're allowed to do that. That's why in every levaya, we end off the levaya by saying Tziduk Hadin. Tziduk Hadin is that at the end we know that as much as we're questioning and as much as we're asking, we know that we did our averos historically and personally, and we know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Tikas Tzedek Li'olam V'Saras Na'emes. We know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Tzedek. Anybody who thinks deeply inside sees HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Tzedek. Tzedek, the God of history, and the God of Eretz Yisrael, and the God of Klal Yisrael, and ours is Tzedek. But authenticity requires us to question. And being real requires us to say Eicha. So I think that the heter here, this is the halacha that I want to be machadish, is we're not talking about history, we're talking about now. We're talking about sorrows that happen now, these days in the world, these days in Eretz Yisrael, these days in our own family, personal sorrows, big sorrows, cloud sorrows, terrorist sorrows. There's sorrows that go on to allow us to say to Hashem, Eicha Atzta Ba'apecha. It's a petrifying to me to even say the words, but Eicha Atzta Ba'apecha. If you're there, where are you? How could you allow this to happen? And of course, we follow it with the Tziduk Hadin very, very quickly. We don't let ourselves go into that thought for too long of a period of time. But only on Tisha B'Av we can reflect on the Eicha. So let's say the Zayin together. Eicha Atzta Ba'apecha. Lies on Harata, respect of Sarah, and the heart of Hey, Batidas of Harati, no, Ibeho Yolana. It's your art, but our Eicha Zadachta, Zabel, Homel's will be absorbed. So this Kina and so many Kinos go in the Seder of Aleph base. If you go to Kina test, it goes into the Aleph base backwards, Tav, Shin, that. Backwards, forwards, middle, 3 times 1 and Eicha Paragimel, you have the Aleph base 3 times. Why is the Aleph base so important? Aleph base. I mean, just why is this like the alphabet? And that doesn't seem to me that it should be so important. We find also in the Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur davening things go in the Aleph base, Seder Aleph base. And I just want to explain so we understand that while we're reading and learning here, that the Aleph base, the Chazal say in Sefer Yetzirah, Parak Aleph, that Kol ha'oisiyos kulei shemay shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, flush of the Sefer Yetzirah, page 1. Goes into the category of all the page 1s of the Kaballah stuff I looked at. But Kol ha'oisiyos kulei hev shemay shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how is the Daled or Gimel or Nun Shemay shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So what it means to say is the Shem. When we talk about the Shem Hashem, we're not talking about the essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're talking about the Shem Hashem of Elohim is Midas Hadid, Yud Kei Vav Kei Midas Harach, etc. That's what the Shem Hashem of HaKadosh Baruch Hu refers to his midos. He refers to his, what Hashem is itself, we have no Musar. What we only think we can see a little bit is the Shem Hashem. When you put together Yud Kei Vav Kei, you get a particular nuance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But what it means is that with letters of the Aleph base, to explain something very simple, letters of the Aleph base are the very first articulation of tzimtzum, of when things that are completely ruchani start turning into gashmias. So your first thing you're going to get is a letter of the Aleph base. Afterwards, they become words, they become sentences, they become neighborhoods, they become concepts, they become letters, they become gashmias. But the very first, as the ruchnius turns into gashmias, as I said at the beginning, that's where it connects here. Where it turns into gashmias is with the oisiyos. From the oisiyos, the ultimate gashmias, if you will, the ultimate expression of Shem Havaya, High Alba is in the Beit Shemesh. That's the ultimate expression. The Beit Shemesh is like literally the words of Chazal. They bring to the Viyam that Shem Hashem Kozava Haspa. Like the Shem Hashem was all Rubas in the dimensions and everything. If you would take a drone view of the Beit Shemesh, the Kaballah say you can see Mamish the Shem Hashem. So it was a. So that's what we're doing over here. We're saying HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're talking about the bria of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You were born as ha'olam, the oisiyos shel Aleph base. These are your shevos. Why? Because from the Aleph base we begin to see the midos of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can see the articulation of how it's coming out in Gashmias. So what we do is we go through every one of those things, Aleph, base, Gimel, and then back up. That's Yisarusa D'Leila coming to Yisarusa D'Losata. Then we go back up. We go from Tuf to Aleph. So some of them go from Aleph to Tuf, and some of them go from Tuf to Aleph, and some of them stop along the way, and some of them are even just mixed up. But the point is that we're talking about Hashem's bria. We're not just speaking in prose. We're talking about HaKadosh Baruch Hu's bria, and that's why we work with the Aleph phases we just did as well. I want to skip to Yud Beis, to Yud Aleph rather, and just speak a little bit more about Yoshiyahu, who's central to just about everything that we're talking about in terms of the form of bias research. Yoshiyahu Abela. Yud Aleph. Lived in 609 BCE. 586. You're right. And he lived at the time of Yirmiyahu. Yoshiyahu Abel lived at the time of Yirmiyahu. His grandfather was Menashe Hamelech, who was Russia Gabor. Menashe was the worst, and Yoshiyahu was the best. Menashe Haragas Yerushalayim Pet El Pet. He killed all the Talmidei Chachamim in Yerushalayim. Menashe, including his grandfather, Yeshayahu. So he also had a kavanah, the Gemara said. The Gemara says that his kavanah was that he was a Ben David. Look, he was a Ben David of Nafa. Ruach HaPedu. Menashe. His Kaballah was that he had a different kind of an idea, something that we're maybe a little familiar with living these days. He had an idea that if we're going to be a powerful superpower, if we're going to be a Malchus the way Malchus should be, we need to be a strong people. And the world perceives the Jew as weak, perceives the Talmud Chacham as Nebuch, like bent over your stender and like just like a Nebuch, like at the I'm not a politician. I'm just saying that at the founding of the state of Israel, this was an example. So Herzl's Arusa Max Dordo. So he said at one of the great meetings, he said that we need to get a more muscular Israel. We can't have like a state of Israel where everybody's like reciting poetry and leaning over Gemaras and davening, we need to get first three buttons open, and hairy chest, we need a nation of taxi drivers. A more muscular Israel. Of course. We're thankful for those that have muscle, but of course that's not the Eitzah for Klal Yisrael, because that's not how we win at the end. We need to do what our Shtadlus and what we need to do, but I don't know if we need to change our image. I don't think the Chashmonaim changed our image. I think the Chashmonaim were B'nai Torah, that when they had to, they fought, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But that was his thinking. But Asha had a simpler thinking, a comparison. But Asha's thinking was that we need a more muscular Israel. And like all those, the religion and the prophecies and all of this. So Harag is Yerushalayim Pal Pet. He went around killing Talmidei Chacham. He did not like that image. So that was the lineage. Yoshio, on the one hand, was born for the Malchus-based of it. But on the other hand, he was about Shuvah. And Yirmiyahu held from him and said, Ruach HaPeinu B'Shiach Hashem. He was about Shuvah when he was, even though he was the grandson, when he was 8 years old, he became the Melech Beit Yisrael, the young king. And that was the famous story where they found, he said, start remodeling, clean up the Beit Shemesh, and get rid of all the idols in the Beit Shemesh. They brought Menashe held of idols. That's strong. Idols are strong. Get rid of them and get rid of the idols from everybody's houses. Like he outlawed the idols, so he was a good king that way. And he became about Shuvah. The famous story in the Sefer Malachim. They found a Sefer Torah. Could you imagine? That's how good of a job that Menashe did. That they didn't have a Sefer Torah, but the Chiddush of the Sefer Torah was they found a Sefer Torah and it was open to the Parsha of the Teichacha. And they brought it to Yoshio HaMelech, and the Sefer HaMelech read to him, it's mashma that he wasn't even reading it himself. The Sefer HaMelech read to him that this is what's going to happen if we continue on this derech, and he had the brilliant Ruach HaKodesh to be able to understand that we are not going on the right path. How do we get here? And he had the brilliant courage to understand that my grandfather was wrong. Menashe was wrong, and with Kehillas Shivtei Yeshurun, we're never going to make this chayil work. So he transformed and legislated Torah and Yiddishkeit and Chinuch, and Yirmiyahu was supporting him the whole time. Yirmiyahu held that this is really Ruach HaPeinu B'Shiach Hashem. Then there was a story where the Gemara says this was Yoshiyahu's mistake, that he became very, very Torani. That's not a mistake, that was good. But he did everything according to the Torah and according to the Amish, the Torah Shebeksav. And, Israel at that point, I've explained this many times, Israel, even till today for that matter, is a very coveted country, not for what it has in it. Maybe today they're finding oil in it and all kinds of natural things in it, gas, but Israel was coveted throughout the centuries. Why? Who cares about Israel anymore than whatever the place is called, Micronesia? Like, well, let's care about Israel, tiny little thing on the map. But the pshat is that Israel, of course, was a land bridge between the two superpowers. This is the Gashmias of it. So you had the north, the whole Babylonian Empire, and you had the Egyptian empire on the bottom, and the trade had to go from one side to the other, from down to up and from up to north, and the wars had to go. The world wars had to go from up to down. Everything in Eretz Yisrael, in the middle of the Mediterranean or in the middle of the desert, had to take place in Eretz Yisrael. It was the only place to have a good decent fight, in Eretz Yisrael. And the Torah says, "Lo saber cherev artza," that there come a time that a cherev will not pass through our land. We will not be the place of war. This is, Eretz Yisrael is not supposed to be a battleground. It's supposed to be a place of geula. And Yoshio felt that we were in that place of geula. So he didn't, when the Egyptians said, "We want to come through your country and go up north to do war," he said, "No, it's not for us." And of course, the Egyptians then killed him. Kina tells us here that they threw so many spears through him that he became kikufra, became like a sieve. Near Yahu, when he died, Chazal say that he bent down, he put his ear by Yoshiyahu's mouth because he saw he was mumbling, and he was afraid that with this type of an ending, and with the disappointment of it not being the Geula, that maybe he's being kofar b'Hashem now, and he's going back to the derech of his grandfather Menashe. And he put his ear, this Ruba's here, the Kinos, he put his ear by his mouth to listen to me saying, he was saying Tziduk Hadin. He was a real tzaddik, and that's why he was Ruach HaPeinu. He was a true Neshama, a true tzaddik. He was called Avigdor, like Kamayo B'Bais Avigdor. For the time of Moshe Rabbeinu, there was nobody like Yoshio. What was the problem? If he was so great, why wasn't it the Geula? Okay, so I'll say that he didn't listen to the Eitzah of the Nevi'im. They told him, "We're not holding yet by not letting the Egyptians through. Let the Egyptians through. Don't be so, we're not there yet." He didn't listen to them. No, that's okay. That's true. In other words, he was like ahead of his times in the Geula. But the Kina here, Yirmiyahu, who wrote this Kina, says it a little bit differently. He says that when he outlawed, you'll see this in the words, when he outlawed the Avodah Zarah, so people really didn't want to do without the Avodah Zarah. But it was against the law. You got into trouble if you had Avodah Zarah in your house. So what they used to do is, the lashon is over here, that they put it on the back of the door, Acharei Hadelas, and that way when the guards of Yoshio, the police would come. So it's like, where's that television, So, we don't have one. Opened up the door, and it was at the back of the door, so they never saw it. They never saw the Avodah Zarah. There was like a makam kavua. I don't know why the police didn't stop it, but there was a makam kavua on the door of the Avodah Zarah, and you didn't see it in the house. It wasn't in the house. And that, say Chazal, was the destruction of Yoshiyahu, and ultimately the destruction of Yerushalayim. As he died, Yerushalayim was not destroyed for another 22 years. He is using his words to be matzdik as Hashem, to the tziduk hadin. So that's chus. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a bria of Aleph Beis. The Aleph Beis is correctly another 22 years, but then Nebuchadnezzar came and he did destroy the Beis Hamikdash. But the message here, I think, is very powerful, and that is that maybe this, if I'm permitted to say, maybe this was the mistake that Yirmiyahu was talking about, that you can legislate against Avodah Zarah. You can take Avodah Zarah out of the house, but you can't take the house out of Avodah Zarah. You know that? Like you can stop people, say you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to worship idols against the law. You're going to get a ticket if you worship Avodah Zarah. But the problem was that was superficial. It wasn't deep. It wasn't the type of a educational system, which it was a legislative system, it wasn't an educational system. But Asher did such a good job in bringing Avodah Zarah into the houses of Klal Yisrael. It's hard for us to imagine because we don't do any Avodah Zarah. We have other things in our house, but we don't have Avodah Zarah in our house, I hope. But to get rid of it superficially is not the answer. The answer is you have to get rid of it from deep inside. And that's what the Yirmiyahu said, and it was because that we weren't really ready for the Geula, and it was because of that that we weren't able to not let the Mitzrayim through Eretz Yisrael, and it was because of that Yoshiyahu died. If you just read the words carefully, it's just so special. It's pretty simple. Yirmiyahu spoke in a language we can understand. Vayikoyed Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Sibui b'Polo. Gam Bova, Bam Chaballah Yisroel Asher Kabu Achar Hadelas Nistar. Come the Vikra after place we need at least I voice that's a Shemitah Gaga Kaballah size telemas. Kino Yud Beis, the color Kinos. We have a Kino Ali Asher Ta'avta and Liberations in Kisei Kavod L'Tzarfa. Ali is another word for the Mikdash, oil. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as we keep on repeating, Ali Asher Ta'avta and Liberations. This was your Kaballah even in creating the world. Ali was that I should be a Dira B'Tachtoid of Asali Mikdash Mishkan V'Sachati V'Seicha Asali Mikdash V'Sachati V'Seicha, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was looking to be Shoichem in this world, even like I'll say Yisrael. So that's the oil HaKadosh Baruch Hu saying, make me a place for me. And this was our question on Hashem, Ali Asher Ta'avta Ad Liberations. This is something that you wanted from the very beginning. You Kisei Kavod L'Tzarfa. You wanted to take the Kisei HaKavod, which was the Brias HaNeshavos, the oil of Abriya, and you wanted to be Masarifix in this world, which is the world of Asiya. You Kisei Kavod L'Tzarfa. So now our question is, why would you allow the Tameh enemies to take over that oil? And V'niyesa Kiroya V'Achia V'Rashta V'Raganta Ata Malipoi. Ata Malipoi. Meaning, there's no place for us. There's no place for Hashem. What did you do? That's our question. I would say, all Asher Kebabdule Sunday Eretz. Now, the Sunday Eretz, I've explained, referred to the Avos. A Sunday, Avram had a Sunday, Ad Shekabu, the Rambam says at the beginning of Avodah Zarah, Ad Shekabu Eitan Zeh. Avram Avinu. Eitan means strong. So what's the Oli Asher Kehillat? Where do we find the Beit Hamikdash? By Avraham. We find the Beit Hamikdash by Avraham. We find the oil of Avraham. Oli. And it was called, interestingly, it wasn't called the oil of Avraham, it was called the oil Sarah. We give, Chachma, Chachmas Isha Bansa Beis. We find that the oil of Sarah was open from all four sides. Beit Hamikdash was also light going out to all the sides. Mer Doluk, Me'erev Shabbos, La'erev Shabbos is the oil of Sarah. There, Maravi was in the Beit Hamikdash, Me'erev Shabbos, La'erev Shabbos. There was Ha'isa, oils of Sarah, the Isa Ha'yola. There was a miraculous freshness always and rising of the bread. And Sarah's oil, and so too was the Lechem Apanim in the Beit Hamikdash. And perhaps most notably, the Anon Kosher al oil Sarah, that there was a cloud on top of the Anon Sarah, like the Mishkan. That was the side that the Shechina was there. So the oil, Asher Kaimabta Le'esanei Aretz. Now, when Sarah left this world, so Chazal tell us, Rashi brings that the Ner went out, and the Kaballah stopped raising, until Rivka came. And Rivka came, Rashi says in Chumash, when Rivka came, she saw Yitzchak, and Yitzchak took her, L'taich oy halah, like oil shel Sarah. And all of a sudden, the oil became a home again for the Shechina. All of a sudden, there was an Anon on the tent of Yitzchak, and all of a sudden, because it was the oil Sarah, so there was like a return, if you will, to the Shechina. All of a sudden, the Isa started to work, and there was Doluk and Shechina HaYashayra. We don't find the Hachlas Sarachim, by the way, the oil of Rivka, like we find in the oil of Sarah, but we do find all the midas of the Mishkan were there. And then the oil became the oil of Rachel and Leah. Became somewhat of a political oil. Bilbel, Itsuye, Aviv. Does Bilha belong in here? Does Leah belong in here? Who am I married to altogether? Rachel, Leah. It's like not so. Everything is complicated. Oil Yaakov, or the oil of Rachel Leah, is pretty complicated oil. I wonder sometimes, maybe I'm just saying a drasha, but I wonder if, we have also the Bayis Rishon, the Bayis Sheni. The Bayis Rishon had all the elements of the Shechina, including Hachnas Azarachim Kipesi. Avraham Avinu led Oivdei Avodah Zarah into his house as long as they're retired their feet. Rachatzu Regleichem Lidu. We don't find that by Yitzchak. We find maybe it was like a return of the Shechina to some degree, but not to the same degree, which was when Rivka came back, the oil Yitzchak, and then the oil became, Lavan came into the oil of Sarah, whereas by Avodah Zarah, the Avodah Zarahs were there, they were sitting on the Avodah Zarahs. It's just symbolic through the generations, these different Ali. I'll just tell you a radical idea that the Gemara says that Gadol Aver Lishma Mitzvah Shaloi Lishma. We find that an Aver Lishma can be bigger than a Mitzvah Shaloi Lishma. Minan Miyal Yoel Eishes Hakim. Eishes Hakeni. And what she did, as everybody knows, is she did the Avera of inviting Sisera, the big son of Yisrael, big general, into her tent. And in her tent, she cohabited with him. Sheva Be'elois Baal Boisezman, says the Gemara, 7 times until she wore him out. And then she spiked him with her tent spike, and she killed him, and she decapitated him. She's quite a lady. This is Yael. And she walked out and showed the soldiers of Sisera that their leader is decapitated, and they were chalas daitum, and we won the war. So that was an avera, like, ma'us, but it was lishma, it was for the sake of the Jewish people. And she saved the Jewish people, and the Gemara says on that, G'dola avera lishma mi mitzvah sheloi lishma minolan. How does the Gemara say? How do we know this? We know this from the Shiras Devora. Devora lived in that time, was a Neviah, and she said a Shira, and she said, G'dola minashim tevarach. G'dola minashim tevarach. And then she said, the lashon is that the bracha was in the oil. G'dola minashim tevarach, so the Gemara explains that Yael, in this sense, was greater than Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. So the Gemara says, Avera Lishma. It was Devara gave her it was not just a haskava, it was okay, but she saved the whole Klal Yisrael in her tent. So that tent was a different type of a tent. And my mind goes throughout history to think of, I can see the Bayis Rishon, I can see the Bayis Sheni, the oil of Avera Lishma is something which I think about a lot, where Devorah said that this is the oil which brings the Yeshua of Klal Yisrael, of the Shema. Let's forget the Avera part for a second. I just want to say this to Kuta, that the Minashim ba'oil Devorah. Minashim ba'oil, from all the women in their oil, Devorah. Zu Yael, I should say. So it's amazing Chazal. I don't know how you digest this Chazal, whatever you want to say. Apparently, what Chazal were doing here was comparing our Maisim to our Kaban. So the Maisim have to do with Mitzvah Avera. The Kavanah have to do with Lishma Shalei Lishma. And what Yael did, like her Maisim was bad, but the Kavanah was good. So since the Kavanah was good, that's going to bring the Yeshua. Now, it's not to say that Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah, the Kavanah was not good. I'm not going to there. But I'm just saying that what Devorah said and what the Gemara teaches us is that ultimately the Yeshua is going to come from Lishma. So it goes back to what we said about Yoshiyahu Hamelech, that once you have Davak Voichet Leitzani Ador Asher Kavar Achar Adelas Lister, that they're keeping the idols behind the door. They were doing the things, but they weren't doing them correctly. They weren't doing them lishma. They weren't doing them with the final feeling. And at the end, when we have to do things, even if they're wrong sometimes, but if we're doing it for the Ratzon Hashem, and we're doing it because this is what we're doing, lishma, if we can concentrate on lishma, I'm saying this, and I don't mean to be critical at all. I'm just saying that there's a big emphasis, I believe, a big emphasis, which is good, on the Maisim. When I was a kid, so the Maisim were getting compromised. I grew up like that, like Orthodox, but the Maisim was the food doesn't have to be that kosher. It'll be ridiculous. The pizza doesn't have to be that high, and the Shabbos doesn't have to be so. Doesn't have to be so. You don't go crazy with this stuff. Not drive on Shabbos. There's like I remember people used to. There was one guy in Shul. I remember he used to have a zipper on his jacket. So when he used to carry his gum on Shabbos, he said, "It's closed in, now it's part of my jacket." So that was his, like everybody had their whole stigmatizers in their mind of compromises. So the reaction to that was that, we stopped trusting a lot of those rabbis, for better or for worse. We started trusting them because they were understandably so. Everybody was in compromise mode in the 50s and the 60s. That was the mode that they were, not everyone, but many were in that mode. So, like maybe the Yeshiva Shavelt, the Chasidus Shavelt, they came and they said, no, listen, no more compromise. Like Shabbos is Shabbos and Kashrus is Kashrus, and everything should be done right. Like if you're a woman, you're married, cover your hair and do it properly. And Baruch Hashem. So we've like that generation of compromising has all but fallen apart. It looks to me like I don't see too much. I see the reform movement that's growing because that's easy. Like okay, we just don't do anything. That works. But I don't see I see the Haredi world Baruch Hashem growing because let's do it. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. The middle road there, I don't see like I think the Beit Shemesh once said like everyone talks about the middle road as being the golden path, the Shvil Hazav. So he says like a key gate and mittenbox. So like cows walk in the middle of the street. Like people take a side, go to this side, but that's I don't see that middle side working so well. I think though I just want to add one little criticism here that as we lost a little bit, Baruch Hashem, we lost like that compromising idea of halacha. We also lost a little bit of the previous hadavar and the Kaballah because the campaign of the movement was a movement to do things right and to make sure that the meat is really kosher and make sure drinking Kehillas Shivtei Yeshurun, which is good. Let's not lose that. That's good. That's a good thing. But what happened a little bit is we sacrificed a little bit of the Kaballah hadvar. I would even go so far as to say is that you don't see. Sometimes you see like we do something so carefully. I think to myself all the time. Every time I go to the Kosel, I go through a whole cheshbon in my mind. Should I rip kriya? Should I not rip kriya? As Beit Shemesh, Sabbath Madeira. I have all kinds of like Purim. Some say if you live in Israel, you don't rip kriya. And and how much and a tefach, and maybe I'll borrow somebody. I have a whole, I can write a book on my Purim. My mother-in-law Shalom did rip kriya when she went to the Kosel, but she cried. I don't know. I don't cry when I go to the Kosel. I don't feel that regesh to cry. So she didn't rip kriya and actually didn't cover her hair, but she cried when she came. We came out of Malchi Baruch. So on the one hand, like I always wonder what to do with this. Like on the one hand, they were compromising. I mean, they didn't do too badly. Baruch Hashem, my mother and father, Leah Shalom, have over 100 from grandchildren, wasn't so forth. They didn't do bad, but Leah and her, but there was a compromise there. It wasn't like the real thing. I inherited. I must share with you. I inherited a set of china from my mother. It took a long time till it got to me. I don't know. It was very expensive china, It was nice china. And on the one hand, on the other hand, I don't think that I would go and eat from the butcher shop that my mother shopped at. Kosher, of course, it was kosher, but it wasn't. It wasn't Reuben. It wasn't that. So here I have this set of china. Like I'm not sure what to do with this set of china. So I didn't want to argue with my family about it. Like okay, no load. I didn't want to throw it away. What am I supposed to do with this china? So I was on the east side of New York with my son Tzvi Hirsch. So he said, "You want to have a mincha? We're right now mincha time." My Rav David Feinstein Shlita. So I said, "Yeah, that'll be perfect." So we davened the mincha in MTJ. And there was one of the Poiskei Hadar of David Feinstein. So I said, I'm going to ask him if Shiloh was on my mind. So I came over to him after Mincha. We know each other a little bit, knows way. And I told him the story about the china. So I said, what should I do with the china? So he said, it's kosher. So I said, well, let me explain that, that this butcher shop is the butcher, this is the butcher. He said, it's kosher. I said over my story a third time, like, yeah, but, I don't know, the belief, blah, 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 this cover, that cover. So he says, are you asking me a question or are you telling me stories? I said, well, sit down and tell stories about your mother. It's kosher. It's kosher, it's kosher. So I said, can I use it? Can I eat it? It's kosher. I don't use it. But it's kosher. it's such a, what I'm saying is that there is this, I think Tisha B'Av an appropriate time to think about this, on the one hand, like, thank God we got rid of that compromising, there is no more busser out there, that doesn't, Baruch Hashem, doesn't exist. But we're very, very pro. That's good. On the other hand, some of the kavanos are, somehow evaporated, I have a regesh in myself that when Rav and Spiritual said it's kosher, it's kosher, it's kosher, he's talking about the gavra, not the chefetz. Like, a Jew does what they're supposed to do, a Jew does, the Jew is told this is the kosher butcher, and a Jew goes and buys kosher meat, more expensive than everyone else, is Moshe Nefesh in their own way to teach, in a hick town, to feed their children kosher. It's kosher! It's kosher. Like, that's what kosher is. I think it was saying a deep thing. Would it be kosher today? Maybe not. But it was kosher then. Is this a concept which was possible? It was kosher then. So this is the where we have to find this middle ground, this deep place between Yoshiyahu and Yirmiyahu. Now Yoshiyahu had it right. Ruach HaPeinu, Mashiach Hashem. He was mamish the neshama klali. The neshama klali meant that he was working with everybody, and everybody's neshama. But everybody's neshama, because of Menashe, was superficial. So the neshama klali got rid of the avodah zarah, the klali, the Klal Yisrael. By the way, whenever we say Klal Yisrael, that means us. Whenever we say Knesses Yisrael, that means neshama klali. How klal that be there? Knesses Yisrael, Abra Knesses Yisrael. Talking about the neshama klali. So Yoshiyahu was Ruach HaPeilu, was the Knesses Yisrael, but the Knesses Yisrael was lacking in the Lishma. So comes the oil, Nashim ba'oil Tevaret Zu Yael, that Shegedoyla Ba'asel B'Sar Rif Rachel. There was a very, very deep Lishma there, even though the Vaisa was a wrong Vaisa. But it was a Vaisa, so was Esther's Vaisa, the wrong Vaisa. Esther was, Esther was Aster Banai. It was, the Shechina was Behester then. It was a wrong Vaisa, but it was right. It was wrong, it was wrong, it was right. Some of the things that we do are right, but somehow wrong. And what we need to do is get right all the way through. We need to find that balance of the previous is right and the Chasidus is right. That's a difficult thing. It's a very, very difficult thing. I'm being very open here. I'm not giving you a tshuva.
Shoes off.
Shoes off. Take your shoes off. I'm really I'm stressing this because I'm really feeling that not just that it's lacking. Who am I to say? Not that it's lacking the pnimius hadavar. I don't mean davening with a lot of kavanah. We daven with a lot of kavanah, but understanding the essence of a halach. I can tell you this: that is it possible for a Jew to be makbid on Chasidus Yisrael and be in jail for laundering money? To make that kind of a chilul Hashem? Or are we all in town? Is there something wrong? And is there something wrong when people are when we hear stories of abuse, child abuse, women abuse? Is there something wrong when we're even doing something as simple as just happen to see somebody like pushing over an old person to get on a bus? Looking at a chumash. I'm not lacking the chumash. The chumash part is good. I'm saying that there's something wrong here. We have to be even. We have to be even keeled. We have to have previous Chasidus. It's not good enough just to have the previous, and it's not good enough just to have the Chasidus. What HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants is the full Jew. The full Jew is the oil, and if you have to choose, by the way. And I'm not saying a halachic point, but you have to choose. So says the Gemara, Gadol Aver Lishma B'Mitzvah Shalai Lishma. That's what the Gemara says. So the Goy says that we can't do that any longer. We're going to be doing Aver Lishmas all day long. So don't go there. So says the little Goy. The Five Belows says this, and then we don't do Aver Lishmas anymore. We're not holding by it because we have our Yetzer Hara. The Asis HaYetzer will be doing Aver Lishma all day long. Yael did a very lishma, but I'm only saying the concept is there of the neshama, and the whole thing is the neshama and the goof have to work together, and that's the oil. All together, the Sarah, Rif, the Rachel, Leah comes out to the oil. The oil of the Beis HaMikdash, which is talked about here in Yud Beis, is an oil that we did everything right. And the one hand, the Levium were singing, as I said, while the Karbonos were burning, while the Romans were coming in, while we were doing Sinas Chiddush. And in the case of the Bayis Yisrael, we were doing all the Avodah, and we had the Beis HaMikdash, and Yirmiyahu must have seen the Shekhinah because he saw it was missing, and yet, Avodah Zarah Gilui Arayah Shvichas Damim. How do you work that out, Rabbi Yaacov? Disconnect. Well said, Harry. Disconnect. What's going on over here? Like, is it like what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with the picture? How could it be? The answer is yes, we were doing things right, but then why was there a Harvard Beis HaMikdash if we were doing things right? How could we even sing when the Levium were singing? Who could do a chet when you're seeing the Shekhinah? The answer is humans can, because we have this ability for our comfort to be able to get involved with cognitive dissonance, and we can do whatever we want and say it's okay. We could abuse people, chas v'sholom, and say it's okay. We could steal money and say it's okay. We could lie and say it's okay. Chas v'sholom, lo yaleinu. We could keep Shabbos and steal on Shabbos. It's a pellet. And I'm saying it not to criticize. Chas v'sholom, last thing I would do, I'm Tisha B'Av criticize. Just a little bit. But I am saying that this is where we need to work. This is, if 2 generations ago, the Avodah was the Avodah of Pnim. And 1 generation ago, it was the Avodah of Chutz. But now that was Chesed, that was Gevurah, now is the time of Tiferes. This is the generation that we're in. Probably, the Gedolei Hadar is saying it, that this is the generation of Mashiach, this is the generation of where we have to bring it all together. That's what we have to do. And I think that I'm going to do this. I think everybody has to figure out in themselves, where are we disconnected? As Harry said, where is the disconnect? Both in society and in our own lives. What in our house? Do we act the same way with our family, with the closest to family? You know what I heard? I'll take your time for one more second of this. But people always call. I'm not a Makubal. I'm not a Rebbe. I'm not a Sababa. I'm nothing. But people always call and say, I'm having this tsar and that tsar. Is there a segula that I can do? Is there something I can do? Is there a little tilim I could say? Ever since my scorpion story, I became like the Rebbe of the scorpions. But okay, Baruch Hashem, every once in a while we all have some siyata d'shmaya. But like people call, I almost never know what to say. I don't know. But a woman told me a couple of years ago. She said that she saw she wasn't getting anywhere with me, understandably, because I don't know how anything about school is and those things. So she went. Also, don't like to prescribe them because what happens if it doesn't work? They're going to want their money back. I was supposed to do that. But she made a smart decision. This woman, she was having her son was sick, all kinds of things, all kinds of sorrows later, and she went to ask Rav Steinmetz, Shlita. Here's a woman. The way to go visit Rav Steinmetz is you go there, you have to daven there, that's Achava, and then wait after that's Achava in line to be able to speak to the Rosh Yeshiva for a moment. So she waited outside and she waited for the line and she waited everything, and she went to ask Rav Steinmetz if he could tell her to do something, that could help her. Her son is sick. Her son had a heart condition, but she was in pain all the time, and then she had other financial problems, all kinds of things. So Rav Steinmetz said, I don't know what to do. All I know is you can turn her mitzvahs. So she said, please, I came here to Bnei Brak, and I'm waiting in line, and I'm saying, can the Rav please tell me what to do? So Rav Steinmetz told her, he said, I don't know much about these things. He says, you can go speak to him. He says, but one thing I know, hear this carefully. One thing I know, he said, that when a person has Yisur in their life, and they don't understand why, it probably comes because we cause pain to those that are closest to us. Wow, is he a Makubal? Is he a Baba? How many times, we're giving, drushes, writing books on Musar, and we could say something to our husband, to our wife, to our children, which is so hurtful, like it's such a dagger. We could give a look, an eye roll, which could really hurt somebody. So you know what that is? Disconnect. Short circuit. That's what that is. That if we can hurt somebody that's standing next to us, as Rav Steinman Shlita, that this is to his experience, his 100 whatever he is years of experience. To his experience, this is what brings Yisur to the world. I was thinking about it. I was thinking that I'm sure none of us consciously do this, but maybe unconsciously every once in a while. Like you hurt the person that's closest to you. This is the place. This is a subtle but the ultimate disconnect. Like in other words, if we're meant to be misake, the Chasidus and the Pnimius, like we're saying in Kinos over here, like here's the battleground. The battleground is not when we're standing in public and we're giving a speech. I give a lot of speeches. The battleground is when we're standing in private with somebody that we love, or even better, when we're standing all by ourselves. Like, is there a disconnect there? What am I doing there? What am I thinking? What am I doing? What am I? That's where you can tell the men from the boys, and the women from the girls. So here's a good Zahiros, a good Kaballah, I think. Let's do Rav Steinman's work of just like forget about the whole world, forget about being nice to the to the people, to the Afghanistans or whatever. Like let's be nice to each other. Be nice to ourselves. This is where it's at. Okay, let's say. Did we say Yud Beis together? All the Asher Ta'avta, Light Gracious, Let's move on to Kehillat Shivtei. And this is the keynote which speaks about the Roman destruction of Yerushalayim, and the Roman destruction of the Beit Shemesh. Where's that orange book in the photo? This is a great picture, by the way. Who made it, but you can see what Yerushalayim is what we call today the Old City, but it's not exactly the Old City. This is where the Jewish population lived. And here's the Harabayas, which was the base of Mikdash. And through this book, which is, I guess I'm going to go by today, but we can take a look. It shows exactly this is all Jews. There was no Jewish quarter, Quarter is a quarter. Today's about an eighth, I believe. But there was no Jewish quarter. There was a Jewish Yerushalayim. And the Romans had to knock down these walls and come into Yerushalayim. And then they had to knock down the walls of the Beit Shemesh. And of course, the only wall they didn't knock down was what we call today the Kosovo Marav over here, east, Parazason. Just to get a picture of what we're talking about. And they went in order. They went first. They knocked out this wall. This was the. I'm sorry. This is the third wall. All the way around here, and then you can see exactly how through the book with arrows how the Roman invasion took place. It's mostly based on Josephus. Something interesting about these pictures, which seem to be legitimate, also that you talk about Babylonia, Persia, so you have a certain picture in your mind. When you talk about Romans. So Romans were a different kind of a breed. That was like the Western world. Take a Roman, you take off his clothes, put on a suit and tie, you get the governor of some state. Like if you look at the pictures of the Romans, they were very, they just looked like a bunch of Americans or Englishmen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can put faces on this. But what happened was, this is the history, that we know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai in 68 AD went to speak, was called to speak to Desperation, who was the governor of Israel, the Roman governor of Israel, meaning we were already considered a Roman colony at that time. The Romans at that time, or earlier than there, did not display, believe it or not, a terrible amount of anti-Semitism. What the Romans were into was power. It wasn't like the Nazis that Judenrein. That wasn't their kavanah. It was the kavanah of Nebuchadnezzar, by the way, and it was the kavanah of Haman. That's an Amalek program. This is an Edoim program. Edoim program is power, and their idea was to get power throughout the whole known world at that time. And what's important to know, I mean, I'm not a Roman politician, but what's important to know about the Romans is what they absolutely despised and were terrified of was rebellion. Anytime that they heard there was a rebellion, they squashed the rebellion. It was like the prime minister, like the president of Turkey, squashed the rebellion. And as Josephus puts it, writes, and the Gedolim are somich on Josephus as Agus. As Josephus writes, they came to the Caesar in Rome, and they said, there is an English rebellion in Judea. The Jews are rebelling. They don't want to be a colony of the Romans. Of course, took over from the Greeks. So we had the Hashmonaim, and the Hashmonaim were very, very powerful. That was just 200 years earlier. Hashmonaim were very, very powerful, and the Romans knew what the Jews could do. Should they rebel, they knew that we were very, very small in number, but strong in will, and they were afraid of us. So there was rebellion in Judea. So they had to squash the Jewish rebellions. That was the nature of the Harvard Beit Shemesh, the Harvard Yerushalayim. Yeah, we'll get to him. But the thing is that in 68, which was 2 years before the Harvard, so Vespasian was the governor, and Rabbi Yaacov ben Zakkai spoke with him, smuggled himself out from the Kanoim, who just got a fight with the Romans. There was the Kanoim, the Sarikim, all the different people that were there. We know about, at that time, we know about the Sadukim, we know about the Prushim, we know about maybe the Asyonim, 2-3 groups. There's a book written on the history of that time by Matis Cantors. He counts 72 political groups amongst the Orthodox Jews at that time. It was more than the Knesset, of arguing and fighting over what to do about the Romans. Nothing like a good Roman to make a fight. So there was like a lot of fights. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was the Gadol Hador and beloved by everybody, that tried to kill him many times, tried to assassinate him because they were afraid that he was for lack of a better word, a dove. He wanted to make peace with the Romans, and he's the one who said, in fact, right? He negotiated with the Romans, and those that were against negotiations tried to kill him. So that's the situation that was going on with politics at that time. And the time that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was talking to him, maybe Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai gave him a bracha. Vespasian was promoted to becoming the Roman emperor and left. And he liked Rabbi Yaacov Haber, and he said, "Tell me what you want." He said, "What do I want? I want you to leave us alone. I can't leave you alone. I'm under orders from the chief. I can't leave you alone. But tell me what you want. I'll try to work it out." And he said, "That's what he said. Attain refuah, attain asya l'reb tzaddik." There was a tzaddik reb tzaddik who needed asya, needed food. Be machzir Shalshelta de Gabliosa, the Shalshelos of Hillel, which the Romans were afraid of because Hillel got Rabbi Gamliel, was a nephew of Hillel. The Shalshelos de Gabliosa was famous to coming from Malchus Beis David, and the Romans were very threatened by Malchus Beis David. Malchus Bechlal threatened them. They didn't want to see any Malchus except for their Malchus. So he said, "Let us have that back. You're winning anyways. Let us have back our Nicaean." And of course, as a result of that, the Teli Yavne v'Chachamel. So as a result of that, they gave a refuah to Tzaddik, who died later, and they got Yavne, which was the continuation of Torah Sheba'al Peh, and we hit Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who was for the Shalshalta de Gablios. That was the result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's extremely important watershed meeting that he had with Vespasian. But then Vespasian left. It wouldn't, maybe Kafkazar Hashem, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. Vespasian would have stayed on as the head of the Romans, but he appointed his son Titus to take care of the Jewish people and Israel. Titus was young and inexperienced, and it was an achsar. They don't call him an achsar. They don't call him a butcher. Nebuchadnezzar was a butcher. Radon was a tabach hagadol. He's called the tabach hagadol. He was an amateur, Titus, in fact, but he was a huge Golgaiva, and of course, wanted to do the job correctly and thoroughly. So he took on to destroy or to conquer Yerushalayim and to quiet the rebellion. You have to ask this question, which I don't know the answer for, if we would have rebelled, what would have been? Like the whole idea was rebellion. So this is for Gedolim to always talk about it. They say one thing, sometimes there's a time to rebel, and sometimes there's a time to not rebel. So you have to know what we're supposed to do. And if you look throughout history, it's not always so simple how it comes out. Sometimes of the Chashmonaim it came out good. Other times of the Romans it came out bad. Rabbi Yaacov Haber was against the rebelling. Rabbi Akiva was for it. So what can we say? Rabbi Akiva was the Gadol Adar. I don't know why Rabbi Akiva wasn't Mashiach already. Rabbi Akiva was the Gadol Adar, but he was Makil Kehillas Shivtei during a little bit later during the Hadrian decrees after the Marbit, and he said, "No, we're going to go in their face and we're going to rebel." And he had his Talmidim. And Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, who was the Gadol Adar, you see the Gemara of Avodah Zarah, they're arguing. Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma said, "What are you doing? Don't you see that the center to Rabbi Akiva's Talmidim, to Rav Chanina, Gloria's father, what are you doing being Makol Kehillas Shivtei? Don't you see that the Hashem is with the Romans now, and this is Minash Shamayim, Agos Ruhu." Anyways, this was an interesting question. Titus himself, according to Josephus, did not want to destroy the Beit Shemesh. I find this interesting. Titus thought, Josephus writes this, that Titus thought that, look, it's a nice building, right? I destroy a nice building. And it was built and rebuilt by a Roman. We're just, it's a Roman structure. It took credit for the base of Mikdash. He says, what we want to do is we want to squash the rebellion. We don't want to damage. In fact, according to Josephus, he had a meeting on, I think it was Zion of. after he broke through so many of the walls of Yerushalayim and so many of the barriers, and everybody in Yerushalayim was fighting against these Romans. They were on their roof throwing down pots of water on the Romans. The Romans developed what they called the turtle stance, which Chazal speak about. That I thought it always meant that they put their heads inside their helmets. No, they walked together with like a whole group of Romans walking together with shields on top of their heads and all around like a turtle, so that all the old ladies of Yerushalayim, when they were throwing down their knives and pots and pans, they wouldn't get hurt. It took them a long time, a couple of years, to get through Yerushalayim. But when they got outside of the Beit Shemesh, this is what's interesting, and you can read this afternoon. Josephus is a myriad in this in the project, but I just want to say the klal of it. He had a meeting with his with the heads of his armies, one of them being Tiberius. He had a meeting. Josephus has a whole list of the Romans that he met with right outside where he met, and they said, well, how do we do this without damaging the Beit Shemesh? And they argued with him, and they said, well, if you don't damage the Beit Shemesh, then they're always going to keep on coming back. They're always going to keep on popping up, because this is a national culture, a national pride for the people of Israel, for the Jewish people. And we need to destroy the Beit Shemesh. And he said, no, we don't want to destroy the Beit Shemesh. So this is why you find there's other accounts of it where they disagree with this, Christian accounts. But this is what we have taken on, that this is the emes, that he didn't really want to do it. He was a Russia Barusha, don't get me wrong. He was just trying to save the museum from flames. And that's why he came up with all kinds of potentialos to get inside the Beit Shemesh. He was willing to batter ram through the doors. He was willing to send his Romans to jump over the walls. And for that, all of those things, the rebels inside were able to hold back the Romans. They were able to hold back the Romans as they took these big ladders and they started jumping over the walls of the Beit Shemesh. The Kanoim inside just knocked them down and they died. He was losing Roman after Roman. Even the battering ram that they did, they lowered, according to Josephus, ropes from the top of the walls, and they tangled up the whole battering ram to make a balagan that they couldn't use it correctly. And finally, what happened was Tisha B'Av. What happened on Tisha B'Av, and this was even according to Josephus, connected the Ratzon of Titus. What they did is one guy threw a flaming sword into the chutzner. Now, if you know the chutzner, the Beit Shemesh, like what's supposed to burn there? Like rocks, stones, charsina, like what was going to burn there? But there was a basement, a martev, to the Beit Shemesh, and that's where they kept the oil, and that's where they kept the skids, and that's where they kept it. That was an extremely flammable place underneath. And the Zeres Hashem was that flaming spear, apparently against the will of Titus HaRasha, reached down through a crack into the basement of the Beit Shemesh, and all of a sudden everything went on fire. So all of the Kanoim on the inside were able to fight, sticks and stones and Romans, and hand-to-hand combat, and the guerrilla warfare was very, very strong. Josephus said that there were 65,000 troops, which translates into X amount of legions. There were 65,000 soldiers, Roman soldiers, attacking the Beit Shemesh, and there were 24,000 rebels, Jews. 65,000. All the king's horses and all the king's men. They couldn't penetrate Yerushalayim except for a fluke that the Beit Shemesh burned down. It shouldn't have burned down. The zoning was to make it out of stone, so there shouldn't be any big fires. But the Beit Shemesh burned down, and that's what happened on Tisha B'Av, and that's where we lost the Beit Shemesh. Now, the Leviim continued to sing as long as they could sing, and the Kohanim continued to do what they were doing as long as they could, and what's more important in all this is that when the war was going on during those days, which basically started around around Sivan, it went for a few months until it reached Tisha B'Av. As that was going on, the politics inside was becoming more and more intense. intense. It was a political strife, and the Jews started to argue and to fight and to kill each other and to be Musar each other to the Romans. And then the Jews started telling the Romans how to get into the Beit Shemesh, and later on they told them also how to get into Beitar. We were working against each other. This, by the way, was taking place at the beginning of the state of Israel also. The Jews were working against each other, all the different movements that were going on. The Jews, so maybe we could, just to be Makaravel Aseichel, everybody was so right, and as I said before, right, part of your life with all your rights. Everything's part of your life. But one thing we couldn't do is work together. Titus saw, says Josephus, that there was this, he finally found the weak spot of the Jewish people. The weak spot of the Jewish people is that we're all fighting with each other. It's like you're playing tennis with somebody, so first you lose the first couple of points, and then you figure out what the person's weak spot is, and you go for it every time and you win the game, right? That's how it goes. The weak spot of the Jewish, and I would venture to say now, is that we don't cooperate with each other. I don't mean that we're not totally like the opposites. I don't know what that means, but what I do mean is that like we should at least kill each other. Like there should be some level of cooperation when it comes to the enemy. There should be some kind of a united front. So we didn't have that united front, and it was through those Jews, between those Jews, through that division, that Titus was able to get in and destroy the Beit Shemesh. Otherwise, 24,000 would have never left the 65,000, and we would have actually won. As a united front, we would have actually won that war. But Kach Bazar Hashem that we did. In the words of Chazal in Git Nun Vav, that when it came to destroying the Beit Shemesh, Bayis Rishon and Sheni, for that matter, Kemach Tachut Tachanta, that the flour was already ground. It was a straw house. It was the way the Nefesh HaChaim explains it is that there was a ruchnius to this also. It wasn't just I'm describing a physical battle. The ruchnius of it was that Kol Zman, that the Beis Hamikdash, that the Klal Yisrael is doing for Tzorah Shel Bakayim, so that HaKadosh Baruch Hu's energy, Yachol, is in the Beis Hamikdash, and when it's in the Beis Hamikdash, it can never fall. When it's in the Beis Hamikdash, so there's the Kedusha will hold it, and not only the Kedusha will hold it, the Kedusha will not tolerate any tumah, which is why a Kohen Gadol couldn't go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim with even one Aveira. Whether he died or not, I'm not sure. I heard it also like you did as a kid, but I don't know if it says it anywhere that every year Kohen would die. They pull him out. But one thing's for sure, that the Kedusha could not tolerate tumah. So how did it tolerate Russia? For that matter, how did it tolerate the Nebuchadnezzar, the Buzradon? How did it tolerate all these Tamei people? And the answer is it tolerated because the Kedusha flew out of it. Then it was just Eitz and Ba'avodah. And what made it flee? The time of the Vayesheni, at least, Chazal tell us it was the Sinas Chinuv. What's the Sinas Chinuv? Not just we were not nice to each other, not too, but it was the politics between all the different 75, 72 groups that took this Shechina said, I'm out of here. I can't, I'm no buck over here. And Titus said, well, that's your weak point. I'm coming in. And that was the ruchnius of the Kemach of Soilus Tchuda Tachata, Kemach Tchuda Tachata, the words of the mouth. That it was already ground. It was a straw house. Let's say it together. We'll see the story. The story is how Titus came in. Just one story that I'm sure you know, but I want to say it anyway, is that he in the very first paragraph, Zachar Asher Asat Sar Befidim, that's referring to, it's the word Tesai. Sar Befidim is referring to Titus. Shalaf Harba, just the story here. Shalaf Harba, he took out his sword. Uval Lifnai V'Lifnim. He took out a sword. He went into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Nachlasenu biyes ketime lechem haponim. The Gidar Paroches Bala Shtei Panim, and he stabbed the Paroches with his knife. And Chazal say Bala Shtei Panim is because it was Rakum on one side. It was one embroidery, and on the other side it was different embroidery. That's why it was called Shtei Panim. So this is a whole pun on Shtei Panim, Lechem Panim, on Sor Bifrinim Shal Charver Valaflayu Leflim. There's a lot of deep things here. But what's not so deep was that he stabbed the parochus and out came down the nest. And when you see a nest like that, you would think you'd do tshuva. But the teachers didn't do tshuva. He wasn't in tshuva mode, he was in gaiva mode. So when he saw the nest, he said, "Oh, I killed God. This is it. This is their God. I killed God." And this gave him strength. Why it bled, how it bled, there's a lot to talk about here. But then he took the parochus with the blood on it, and he laid it down on the mizbeach, which was out a little bit, and he took a zona, as I'll say, with him. The chief tells us her name, if you're interested. Her name was Bernice. So he had his shiksa Bernice.
Not as a parochus, a sacred Torah.
He took the parochus and he put it down, and it says a sacred Torah. It says a sacred Torah. It was a parochus. Chazal, the word is a parochus, and he whether he had a Torah there or not as a child, and he was well as Zayna there, everything to destroy the kedusha of it. It's interesting how he intuitively knew that the more tameh he makes it, the more matzliach he'll be. Intuitively understood that he was a shaliach of the Sitra Achra, and that was his stoach of the Sitra Achra. And the only way to the Sitra Achra is matzliach when there's a vacuum of kedusha. So he needed to take the vacuum of kedusha, and he was on that role doing that. That's what he did. The Charas Asher Asad Sarah Fidim Shalom Karwe That's I want to highlight something, in this. There's like a tella here. It says, "B'nafshenu tavanu ka'itzik klishores." That one of the things that the teachers did is he took 39 klishores and he wrapped them up in the parochas and he marched through Yerushalayim with them and took them to Rome. So that's where they are. Those 39 klishores. Probably still there in Rome, the Vatican. The Shama Ba'ani Shayit Bavli Hishores, and he put them in a ship and to cross the Mediterranean back to Rome, to Italy, with Hishores. Irenu Lamaki Hishki B'Shores. This is just an amazing thing that our skin crawled when we got up in the morning. Like Matzah Tisha B'Shleisha Klishores. So if you imagine the scene like the Kohen Gadol walks into the base of Mikdash and hey, where's the 39 klishores? Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, it was burning, it was destroyed, and I'm sure he knew. I mean, what was he slept through? I mean, it's a bit of a pellet, the whole thing. A bit of a pellet. But I think that, first of all, we spoke at the beginning about the shock, which doesn't make any sense. A self to the Kohen, where's the klishores? meaning, like, the whole thing was maybe like a nightmare. Is this really happening? Could they really be Matzliach? And where it hit home is a very relatively small thing, and that is that my klisharis. Where's my klisharis? It's very interesting. They say this that the people go through terrible, terrible tragedies. Like when they wake up from their comas or something. Well, later they say, where's my watch? There's, like there's little things that they're attached to, which mean real life, and they're not asking, like, where's my arm, where's my leg, where's my, they're attached. So Christ, in a good way, was attached to his 39 Kisharis. I just want to point out something here, that it's not an insignificant number, the 39. 39 is a very special number. Makos are boy Chazarachas, as our Melechas Shabbos. The Gemara says in Nidai, I mentioned this before, the Gemara says in Nidai Daf Lamed that the goof, as it's being created within its mother's womb. So, Adar Boim Yoim, Maya Ba'omah. Until 40 days, Maya Ba'omah has a lot of halachic ramifications. But until 40 days, it's not considered a person per se. Not considered a nefesh. Maya Ba'omah, which says the Gemara Nidai. So the Maharal explains, very important Maharal, the Maharal explains on the pasuk of our boy Yakena that why it's 39 makos and it says in the Torah 40 makos. So the Maharal explains that really the makos are connected to the Yemei Yetziras Havlad. The Yemei Yetziras Havlad are 40. There's our boy Yetziras Havlad, and if a person does a lav, Shechayim Malkus, so he's Chayim Malkus on every one of those Yetziras Havlad, Yemei Yetziras Havlad. So that's why our boy Yakena. So says the Maharal that our boy Yakena is connected to our boy Yetziras Havlad. However, what the Gemara says is that 39 days is the Yetziras Haguf. So the neshama is created or put into the person, blown into the person on the 40th day. So the Maharal, so okay, the neshama wasn't part of this chet. The neshama was against the chet. So what happens when a person does a chet is you have machlokes between the guf and the neshama. So Amar Aguf, Amar HaNeshama, Amar Aguf, Amar HaNeshama. So therefore, the makos he says is our boyim chasar achas. It's our boyim yakenu, because there's our boyim yomim of Yetziras Havlad. Chasar achas is chasar the neshama, which is b'yoyim har boyim, and that doesn't need to get makos. There's no makos for the but it's not 39 makos, it's 40 minus 1. Important. And he's makasha that to the halachas of Shabbos and other places where we see the idea of arboim, which is really 39, because it says in the Mishnah also called Gadol arboim chasar achas. Interesting, arboim chasar achas. That's the guf of the Shabbat. These Kehillah, the klishares, were also arboim chasar achas, because there were arboim klishares. So there was arboim chasar achas. This is a Reb Chaim Brisker, famous Reb Chaim. If the arid was a keli, or if the arid was something beyond a keli, that's something the Briskers like to speak about. But the Nekudas Hadavar was that they took the klisharis. I have a regesh to say that we spoke about the dichotomy between the external and the internal, the plim and the chutz, and where Titus was able to crawl into the Makom HaMikdash, and the Kohen Gadol was not able to come in with even one Aver, even an Aver Belay, was because Titus was attacking the chutz, and the Kohen Gadol was going to fly over Flim, into the Flim. The fly over Flim, the 39 klisharis, Tisha B'Av klisharis, which were taking to Rome, were all externalized. They were externalized, hence Titus was able to get a shlit on it, a yad on it. By making it void of fructius, it was strictly negashmius. God willing, we'll get those Kehillah back, or we'll get new ones, or we'll be mekadosh them again. But this is what we need to understand, is that the hatzlacha against the Beis HaMikdash has to be a kind. It wasn't a military hatzlacha, because as Josephus says, we would have won that fight. It was a spiritual milchama and we weren't zochet to it, and that's why we didn't. And here it says just one other thing before we go further. Al Pesach Harabayis Hechel Lavoi. B'yad Arba Roshi Tafsar Lachribai. That Titus came with his four legions, his four main legions to the Harabayis. 65,000 people came to the Harabayis. Al Tzad Maravi L'Zecher Hisri Boy. And when it came to the Tzad Maravi, the western wall, he wasn't matzliach to be machrivet. And he asked his Roman general, like, why did you destroy the, obviously you destroyed everything else, why did you destroy the Kais, what we call the Kehillas Maravi? So he was embarrassed to say that he somehow could destroy it. So he said that, I left this with Josephus, right? He said, I left it there for a zikar, so people should believe that there is such a thing as a Beit Shemesh one day, which it is. It's a zikar. Even Hitler, created a museum of the lost race. He said, I'm going to kill all the Jews. Nobody's going to believe me. He was worried about that. So he started collecting beautiful Judaica from all over Romania and Hungary, and he put it into a museum. You can see the museum today. The Smithsonian has the most beautiful collection of Judaica in the world. Is the museum? What he called the Museum of the Lost Race. So this Roman legionnaire said, I left the Kaisel because I didn't want to destroy it. There should be like a Zecher of the Beit Shemesh. But the Kina says here, points to a pasuk in Shir Hashirim, which says, that it's not the shot that you could have destroyed it and didn't destroy it. I didn't let the Kaisel be destroyed. The Shechina, the Kaisel is there forever. The Babylonians couldn't destroy it. The Romans couldn't destroy it. I don't know if it's exactly the height of the pieces of the Kaisel we see now, but the Kaisel basically, this Pekina, by the way, is probably the earliest place. We don't find any place in Tanakh the idea of the Kaisel Marav, even though it's the holiest shrine of Judaism. And we don't find it too much. We don't find it in the Gemara at all. The whole idea of the Kaisel Marav. We don't find it. We only find it after post Chazal. We find the Kaisel Marav in this place, where you find the Kaisel Marav based on a pasuk. I found it's a Yalkut Shivani, the Hidei Huaybe after Kasleidu. He's talking about the Shechina Leizaza, the Kaisel Maravi. But the truth is that this is kind of new to Judaism, just a couple thousand years old. This idea of the Kaisel Maravi, and it's now the holiest place in Judaism. But the Shechina is B'Marav. The Shechina is B'Marav. Rav Nachman Breslover in the Tziyana Samach Zayin, if you want to look it up. So he talks about the Shechina Shayr B'Marav. Marav, he says, it's a very beautiful Torah that he says that Marav is where the sun sets. Marav is where it looks like the world is disappearing and going away. That's Marav. And Marav, he says, at least from the Arizal, is the Oisius of Rachel Bevaka al Boneha. Marav. Rachel Bevaka al Boneha. Marav is where the Shechina was, and that's how he understands that Olam Leizaza Shechina and Kaisel Maravi. And it's, they used to call it, in the old days, they used to call it the Wailing Wall. Not because, people like my mother cried when they went there. It's called the Wailing Wall because apparently it always had water dripping down it. It's called the Wailing Wall. But the real reason it's called the Wailing Wall is because this you find already Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. It's called the Wailing Wall because we had a Musar that it was there that the Shechina was B'Marav and it was crying. The Shechina was crying for the Beit Shemesh to come back, or the Shechina was crying where the sun was setting. The sun was setting. So this is not just, you go to the Kaisel, you think about the Kaisel, it's not just about, it's the wall that's still remaining, it's the Shechina B'Marav, Leizaza Shechina Be'Hamaravi, that at the sunset is where we're getting ready for darkness in the night of Golus, which is a couple thousand years, but the sun's coming around back to a new Shachar. And the new Shachar, it's Dafka there, like we said at the beginning, that Chayav Adam with Kehillas Shivtei. You know, the Purim or Ba'erev Zebazeh by the Bayis Rishon. This was the Kaisel was also that idea of the Purim Ba'erev Zebazeh, the love, the saying goodbye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Klal Yisrael. Here's the you can always come back to the Kaisel. Here we are, that's right. But throughout all the generations, people was the Kaisel was always known for having the unbelievable spiritual people, especially when it was hard to get there. People knew for certain, people like Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, they knew that if somebody is sick in Europe someplace, and if they could somehow manage to get through the Turks and the Arabs and everything and get to the Crusaders, to get to the Kaisel, they knew if they davened there, that there would be healing. They knew this. There was during the time of the Holocaust, there was Rabbi Yehuda, Sephardi Makubal, Rabbi Yehuda Patia, and when he heard about what was going on with the Jews, he lived here in Eretz Yisrael, it was a Sephardi, he heard about what was going on with the Jews, so he walked around, said Tikkun Chatzos, 7 nights straight, he walked around the whole old city of Yerushalayim with red garments, saying Tikkun Chatzos, and crying, and he collected his tears as he was crying with a cup. And at the 7th day, this is for the Jews that were suffering in the Holocaust. On the 7th day, he took the cup of Kais, the pasuk says, he took his cup of tears and he went to the Kaisel, and he sat on the floor and he drank the cup of his tears, and he said, Hashem, be barachim on the Jews in Europe. And the Ibrahim, the Ger Rebbe, when he heard about this, he said, I can't believe, he said, that didn't stop the Holocaust. How could that not stop the Holocaust? And then he said that maybe it did. Maybe it did. But it's the koach of the Kaisel, it's the koach of the Shechina, it's the koach of the Tzaddik. But you know what I think? I think it's the koach of tears. Shari Devois, drank the kais tarela. He drank the kais of tears and cried some more, and brought these tears as a kind of a korban to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And Shari Devois, here's the device. Here they are. So that's the avodah of the kaisel, which it's not like just taking pictures or fighting with the women. Like it's like the avodah of the kaisel is to cry. And to cry for the Shekhinah to come back, and to build those other walls. We hear of Yavedu, we should be special to that. In Yud Zayin, we talk about as the Romans came into Yerushalayim, that picture, let me take in the book. Where is it? And this is a read for you from Josephus. He quotes from Josephus. Dara read it already. As the Romans took over Yerushalayim and surrounded Yerushalayim, what they did was, sadistically and cleverly, they cut off all food supply and all water supply to Yerushalayim, and therefore there was huge starvation in Yerushalayim. This had gone for a day or two. This went on for months. You could only not eat for so long, but they used up all the supplies, and they used up all of the. This Kina Yud Zayin, it talks about how bad it was. Josephus would be Tisha B'Av. I wouldn't read this, but this is a direct quote, in a little bit better English, from Wars 6. He writes here, this is during this period, among the residents of the region beyond Jordan was a woman named, beyond Jordan, was a woman named Miriam, he says, Bas Eliezer, who had fled with the rest of the people to Yerushalayim and became involved in the siege. So this Miriam, whoever she lived in Yerushalayim. The bulk of her property had been plundered by the tyrants. Weary of finding for other foods, which indeed it was now impossible from any quarter to procure, while famine coursed through her intestines and marrow, impelled by the promptings alike of fury and necessity, she proceeded to an act of outrage upon nature. Seizing her child, an infant at the breast, "Poor baby," she cried, "of this war, famine, sedition, to what end should I preserve you? But the Roman slavery awaits us. Should we live till they come? But famine is forestalling slavery, and more cruel than both are the rebels. Come, be thou food for me." With this word, she slew her son, and then, having roasted the body and devoured half of it, she covered up and stored the remainder. And once the rebels were upon her, and scenting the unholy odor, threatened her with instant death unless she produced what she had prepared. They wanted food. Replying that she had reserved a goodly portion for them also, she disclosed the remnants of her child. "This is my child, this is my handiwork, eat it, for I too have eaten. Show not yourselves weaker than a woman, or more compassionate than a mother." At that, the Roman soldiers departed, trembling. So, this is really what the Kinos is about. And if the Kino wasn't about, I wouldn't be able to mouth such a horrible story. But apparently, what Josephus was telling us, something which was what people do when they're desperate and starvation, and the Chasidus that are made are beyond anything that we can even conceive of. The mind doesn't even, it's not something we can wrap our brain around, but either was the heart something we can wrap our brain around. The parable of faith, even the Romans didn't understand, apparently, according to this. The Romans couldn't fathom war, but this is the history, this is what took place. So that's Yud Zayin. Kehillat Shivtei Varna 11 achas Tisha B'Av Moiche Yuladim. Tishkav lo bein tzvadai, Lishmoch et Shabbat ma'olevi. The Ruach HaKodesh, the Mula Marim Hoy Al Koshkin, and then in Ches we ask Hashem, you said that I'm going to be good to you. You said to Abraham Avinu, so all of this that we've been talking about is the terrible Yisurim that people went through, and so what's important here is to say Tziduk Hadin, so let's go to your test and say Tziduk Hadin, to understand that as much as we're in pain and as much as we've suffered throughout all the Gullus, Sof Hashem is the master of the universe and knows exactly why he's doing this. Is a tikkun for us that we need to go through, and deep inside we know the other side of the story. So your test. All the voices Kaballah is the Arzei Halavonai is the Kino of the Asar Malchus. The Asar Malchus is discussed and sent over on Yom Kippur and on Tisha B'Av. Has two different reasons. And on Yom Kippur, we say the Asar Malchus as a form of doing tshuva, which we're supposed to do on Yom Kippur. Tshuva, and we know that the Asar Malchus were something that had to happen. It was a kapara for the chet of the Achi Yosef and the Sidas Chinuch. Here at Tisha B'Av, we don't mention the chet of Yosef because this is not about tshuva. It's always good to do tshuva, but that's not what the purpose of it is. The purpose here is not to do tshuva. The purpose here is to understand the tragedy that befell us. And I just want to repeat this again, that the tzaddikim of the Dor, the Gedolei Hador, like Yoshiyahu HaMelech Bismadai, like David HaMelech Bismadai, like Mashiach, are all called Ruach HaPedu. And that's true of these Tanoim of the Gedolei Hador. These were Gedolei Hador that were the Neshama Klali, they were Kehillas Yisroel. And the Neshama Klali of these Tanoim meant that they took upon themselves responsibility and leadership and the pain of everybody in Klal Yisrael. There wasn't a Jew that wasn't important. That's what these tzaddikim were. There weren't individual pieces that happened to be tzaddikim like sitting in their house. These were people that took upon themselves, people like Rabbi Akiva, who was the end of the Asar Gemalchus, or Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, who was the beginning of the Asar Gemalchus. They were bookends to 10 tzaddikim and thousands of people that gave their life for the Jewish people. Everybody in Klal Yisrael was important to them. We can see the 100 chazal. I don't want to go through the 100 chazal though, because it's almost chatzos. But you don't need me to go through chazal. I just do want to mention that the Gemara says in Sanhedrin Yud Aleph that during the time of the Shmuel HaKatan, so the Gemara says that they would meet in different aliyahs. It says there in Sanhedrin, they would meet in different attics hidden away from the Romans. In Shiloh's there, that's where the Sanhedrin would meet. That's where Beit Shammai met. We learned the Chazal recently that one time Beit Shammai were fighting over one of the aliyahs. The Beit Shammai wouldn't let Beit Hillel in because they wanted to have a road up there. But one time Shmuel HaKatan was there, and the Chachamim and the aliyah felt that there's somebody here, we feel a Kedusha, there's somebody here in this room, Shiroi Shetishra of Shechina, that the Shechina could be shared on the Naslu Einei of Shmuel HaKatan. They looked at Shmuel HaKatan, he was cut from Shmuel Hagadol to the Nebuah. He was like Shmuel was the tzaddik of Olek, the second Moshe Rabbeinu. So he was a little bit smaller than Shmuel HaNavi, but he was Shmuel HaKatan. And the Gemara says that in that Aliyah, he began to do Nebuah. Shmuel HaKatan began to do Nebuah. And one of the things he said was, he looked around and he said, Yishmael, Reb Shimon Lahariga. It was a strange nevuah because the Romans weren't killing anybody yet at that time. But he told them, you two will be killed by the Romans. You'll be the first of their two Ansari who gave alphas. But Rabbi Akiva was a young man then, because he was became throne. And he was there, and he got a basura that he's going to be killed by the Romans. Now, I just thought to put this in perspective. It means to say that when Rabbi Akiva was 120 years old and he was tortured by the Romans, Kol Yamai means to arti al pasuk zeh, Chol Amavcha v'chol nafshecha v'chol moedecha masai agil liyadu v'chayrenu. That's Rabbi Akiva said. His whole life, that's what he's thinking about, like, how am I going to get to die? Al Kiddush Hashem. The shot is his whole life, or at least his whole from life, he was already told by Shmuel HaKatan that he's going to die. Al Kiddush Hashem. He knew that he was one of the Asar Arugei Malchus. So that's what he meant when he said, Kol Yamai Nitzarti Al Pasuk Zeh. Every time he came to B'chol Nafshecha, he says, today the day. And Hashem kept him like Moshe Rabbeinu until 120 years, but he knew he was going to die. Shmuel HaKatan, not everyone, for some reason, Gemara Sanhedrin Aleph, easy to find this, but a lot of people don't chap this Gemara when they read it. Shmuel HaKatan told them who the Asara HaRugei Malchus are going to be. And it started with a very old Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon to a very young Rabbi Akiva. And then the Gemara says that Rabbi Akiva ran out to his Chaverim. It says Rabbi Akiva v'Chaverim. He ran out to his Chaverim and he told them that you are from the lucky 10 that are going to be from the Asara. So all the Asara Harugei Malchus knew that they were the Asara Harugei Malchus. And they also knew that what that meant was not a time to be depressed or submissive, but a time to give it everything you've got, as Rabbi Akiva did, to give it everything. I'm starting to talk about it in human terms, but I'm just doing it with I said that if we need to make a war, we'll make a war. If we need to teach Torah B'Rabbim, we'll teach Torah B'Rabbim. If we need a Bar Kochba, we need a Bar Kochba. It didn't make any difference to him. He had no fear of death because he was one of the Asar Harugei Malchus. And when you look at the Gedolim, like Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, Rabbi Shmuel ben Gadol, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, when you look at them, their discussions as they were taken to the gallows and decapitated was cheshbon hanefesh. You know, what did I do? This is what they talked about. The Gemara says in Megillah. What did I do that wasn't lefi kvod of Klal Yisrael? Did I keep people waiting? Was I not Machabed, the Almana, the Yasam? That was their discussions. It's all over Shas. What did I do that I should be? Was I not careful enough with Mamal Shel Tzedakah? Where it says, well, maybe you weren't careful enough. Maybe, what does that mean? You were machlef this matbeya with that matbeya, you know? These are things that are very relatively small things, but they're only small things if you look at it as a small thing. If you look at it as you are in charge of Klal Yisrael, you know, if you're the banker, if you're on the bank, like even one pruta did meya. And one neshama is one little person is part of the Ruach HaPeinu of Klal Yisrael. So if you're Mavaza, one Yasam or one Almana, nobody even cares about because they have no prestige. So then so there was like a feeling of responsibility for them and a feeling of ownership, I guess, that they felt. And that was the Arzei Haban of the Asar Harugei Malchus in general. That's Chaf Aleph, let's say together. This is here for a reason. Let's go further and be Makatzer because the time is short. I don't want to be all Tosef on Avelos. If you move to Chaf Beis in the Kinos, so we start to talk about something much more contemporary in history, and that is the Crusaders. The Crusades, to understand the history, was from in Laminium. Start from 1096 to 1148. There were different First Crusade, Second Crusade, Third Crusade. The concept was that these were Christians, and Christians are always like thought of. If you hear quotes from the New Testament or something, they're always thought of very sort of peaceful people and love, full of love, and turn the other cheek and all that. But they were so peaceful when they killed tens of thousands of Jews traveling through Europe and other times in history. But the slogan of the First Crusade in 1096 was Normandy to Jerusalem. The crusade means a march from place A to place B. So the crusade was from Normandy to Jerusalem, and their what they wanted to do was their purpose in the whole thing was to redeem Israel, or Israel, from the Muslims. That's what they wanted to do. Christians. And they said, we're going to make a war in Israel, and we're going to redeem Israel from the hands of the Muslims. It wasn't Jewish occupied. I mean, there was Jews here, always Jews here, but it wasn't a Jewish government here. It was a Muslim government, and they wanted to get rid of it. So they started to walk through Europe, Crusades, and they said they're going to pick up the army on the way. And sure enough, the history says that who did they get in their crusade? The people that didn't have jobs, the people that wanted some action, So it was like ISIS, just did this march and create this thing, but they were crazy anti-Semites, and along the way, they stop all the different bishops and all the different priests to give them chizuk, that this is an important thing, and to go redeem Israel, and don't forget that there was the Jews who killed Yoshka, and there was pogroms, crusades and pogroms in almost every city, particularly in Germany. That was the worst of them all. In Germany, that was the Crusades. Now, it's important to point out, as Rav Soloveitchik points out, that Germany was at that time was the seat of Torah scholarship. That's where everything was. All of the Rishonim were in Germany. All. Rashi was born in France, but he went to Germany to learn. So Germany was the Makom Torah. That was the Bnei Brak of Chutzlar, Lakewood, whatever. That's where it was. It was in Germany, in the different cities of Germany. And then, as the Crusades were happening, Rashi moved back to France and saw the Torah like Ten Liyav Nebuchadnezzar. He saw the Torah was going to get lost, and he developed a whole, Rashi's not just like on the right side of the Gemara. Rashi gave us Torah Sheba'al Peh. If not for Rashi, we would not know how to learn Gemara. We don't know how to learn Yerushalmi because there's no Rashi on it. There are many Masechtas that we don't understand. Rashi was the key to it wasn't just like an art scroll. It was he had the Messiah, and he taught it to his grandchildren, Rashbam, Rabbeinu Tam. Those were the grandchildren. The Rabbeinu Yitzchak. Those were the grandchildren. They all lived in France. We didn't have any Rishonim. We don't know any Rishonim. Maybe Rabbeinu Kleinus, I think one of Tyson's words, but hardly any Rishonim from Germany at all. And the reason for that is because the Crusaders killed them all. As Rav Soloveitchik puts it so eloquently, total destruction is a German performance. That's what they do. There was no more Torah in Germany. Whatever, it was just a mess. Rashi and Refilme Paris that they were able to go to France and save Torah, and that's how Torah was done. But the Crusades, I mean, we need to imagine what it would be like to live in Chutzlards in what was until 1096. A pretty peaceful lifestyle. We lived there, we had yeshivas, we were able to build up Torahs and shuls, we had been hugging and Sfarb, and all kinds of things that came out. There was somewhat of a renaissance going on in Torah at that time. And who would dream or have a nightmare about all of a sudden these terrible, terrible people with knives and swords, terrorists, crusaders, coming in and burning the shuls and killing the women and killing men on the street, killing very often whole Kehillas. There's stories of the Crusades that killed 10,000 people at one time. They were animals. But we talk about like a little destruction to lifestyle. You're talking about war on the streets, meaning they were living in a place which was like normal, suburban Germany, and spires and vines, baguettes, these were the places where Mekayim Shel Torah, and here came in these Boulevardim, these Javelniks, and they killed people, and everybody had to run away, and life stopped being normal, and that's when the Kinos happened, and they happened so often on Tisha B'Av. I just want to say something very controversial for a second, but the Smag writes, famously, that there was an Oynish on the three Kehillas of Germany, because they were very, very old Kehillas, he writes, and they didn't, when Ezra Nehemiah gave a call to come back to Eretz Yisrael at the time of building the Bayis Sheni, there was already Kehillas that were there in Germany. It's very old, and they didn't want to come back. And they said, according to the Smag, they said that you'll have your Yerushalayim there, and we'll have our Yerushalayim here. So there's the Jerusalem of Germany, and it was an Oynish for that they were destroyed so terribly. It's hard to even say these words, but that's what the Smag writes, and it's brought as far that this was the case. Now, I just want to make my two comments on this. Number one is, I understand them. I understand them. I don't think the shout was, first of all, if somebody's living in Crusades and they're learning Torah and they're building shuls and they're building yeshivas and they have rabbanim around them and they're putting out svarim and they're so moving to Israel is really just sort of a luxury item, isn't it? Why should I move to Israel? Like you can see somebody saying, Lakewood, Yerushalayim, Baltimore for years was called. My wife's grandfather was the Rav of Baltimore. They used to call it the Yerushalayim Shel America, Baltimore. So those words always disturb me. What's that? Yerushalayim is Yerushalayim Shel Yerushalayim, the Yerushalayim of America. But I can understand them. I'm just saying that these are Gedolei Hador. They don't need me to understand them. That why move towards Israel? It's just a luxury item, it seems, when there's so much Torah going on here in Chutzlaretz, right? I mean, is there somebody here who doesn't understand? We can see this today. This is our own.
Say that there's no mitzvah at that point.
Okay, I had it worked out. No mitzvah. In the meantime, the Smag says that there was an Eidush for them. Now, that they didn't come back to Beit Ezra. See, I just want to say a swear like this. It could be that there was no mitzvah, like you're saying. Maybe yes, maybe not. I think that's a big off like this. There's certainly a mitzvah, maybe there's a chiyuv. But I don't think that the criticism was that they didn't come back to Beit Ezra. See, there was a moment in history at the time of Ezra where there was a call to the Golah to come back to Eretz Yisrael. And the Jews, very few Jews heeded that call. Some did, but not many. And they came from all over, but they didn't come from all over. In other words, not everybody came. So it was like, it wasn't that they didn't come in 1096 or in 996 to Eretz Yisrael. In other words, they were part of the of Klal Yisrael, which didn't heed to the call of Ezra and Nehemiah, Ezra HaSofer and Nehemiah, who said, back to Eretz Yisrael, and we could create again a situation of Roy Yisrael al Admasam, and we could build a Beit Hamikdash again, and this will be, Ezra's kavanah is barley, that Ezra's kavanah building the Bayis Sheni was that was the Bayis Shlishi. He wasn't thinking, I'm going to build this for a few hundred years. He was thinking, this is the Bayis. Let's bring the Geula. We're coming back. We had a 70-year Galus, must be. Now let's have the Geula. They didn't heed. Now, I don't think that the Eidush was necessarily bang, like you didn't come back, now you're going to get it in the year 1096 or the year 1120 or whatever the Crusades was. I think that this is what it could be. What it means is that, let me agree with this. What it means is that this is the consequence of that kind of thinking. Forgive me, but
The Maharid says that that's a Talmud Torah, say. It's not the real Rabbi finding.
okay. We're talking of two different. I'm saying that it's sometimes an Eidush is you get struck by lightning from Shabbat Chas v'Shalom, and sometimes an Eidush is just the result, the consequence of a big mistake. And mamez. And here we thought, like we said all the way at the beginning when we came out of Babel, we said we can rely on the Bnei Yishmael, they'll take care of us. We can rely on the Europeans, they'll take care of us. We can rely on the Roman, they're not going to kill us. We can rely on Americans, we can rely on the British, we can rely on. So I'm just asking in history, who were we able to rely on? Either killing us or not saving us. I mean, nobody was particularly loving us. Germans. The Germans were the ones we decided to rely on. Good view, the Germans. So the Germans we relied on. So I don't know if that it was so much. I'm just saying in the smog, it makes me feel better to say shot like this. It's not that you got your Eidush in 1096 because they didn't go back. As I say, I understand them at that point. I understand why they didn't go back. I understand why people say don't come to Eretz Yisrael. But I also understand this, at least for us that are here, and that is that what's so clear, what Avraham Avinu made so clear, is that all part of Avraham Avinu was worried about two things: my children, my land, my children. Right? That there's no such thing as Klal Yisrael without Eretz Yisrael. There is such a thing as Golus. Okay, there's Golus, and maybe there's a Chiyuv and all that. The Rambam and the Ramban, I'm familiar. But what we need to understand in our heads is that Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, whether it's now, whether it's when Mashiach comes, is not a luxury item. this is the place where Jews are naturally belong. We don't belong in Germany. We don't belong in England, and we don't belong anywhere else. We don't belong there. Now, whether there's a chiyuv, whether there's a mitzvah, whether there's a din, whether we should criticize, I'm not being critical of anybody. But what the smag is saying is, you're in Germany. You're in Germany, and it's a flammable item. You don't know what's going to happen. You look at your house and you say, well, everything seems childproof and everything seems flameproof until there's that fire. The Crusades was a flame that flared up at one particular time in history, as did blood libels and other times of history, as did all kinds of pogroms and different times, as did the Holocaust. These are, I mean, I'm not minimizing them by saying they're flare-ups, but that's what they are. This is the result of Gullus. And the answer is, if we would have listened to Ezra and Nehemiah at that time, maybe this is what the Smag says, so Holocaust for who, for what? Just something to think about. So let's say Chavbeis, and then I'm going to wind it down. You're on your own. I appreciate a bit about the Rabbi Messiah, I want to go to, first of all, I asked Mechila that if I spoke too long, I didn't cover enough ground. I asked Mechila of Rosh Hashiva for not covering even the ones that he said. I'll try my never to do it, but I'm trying to create meaning here. But if we move on, I'll finish here Hashem by 1 o'clock. But if we move on to Lamed Aleph, touching sort of the rushing prokim of our pain, we have this very famous kina written by Eliezer Kaller of Eish Tukat B'Kirbi B'Haloi Si Alibi B'Tseisi B'Mitzrayim. It's a very fascinating. I was thinking about that we compare our Mitzrayim, Yetzias Mitzrayim experience to our Korban Beis HaMikdash experience. I mean, there's no comparison. When we were going out into Geula and when we were going out into Gullus, we were leaving Mitzrayim for Eretz Yisrael. We're leaving Eretz Yisrael for Mitzrayim. But yet, it's somehow compared. There's even a special song that goes with it. I'd just like to, for one moment, tell you what I think is the Omek Hadover of comparing B'Tseisi B'Mitzrayim and B'Tseisi Yerushalayim. It's not just B'Tseisi, but living a Jewish life is pretty intense. A lot of times if our Yitzhahar gets to us, we want to live like a goy. So what does it mean to live like a goy? You sit on the porch, you have a beer, read the newspaper, and you watch the people go by, and you go to sleep, like porch sitting, chilling. It doesn't seem to be a Jewish thing. We're like overachievers on the one hand, but like all of history is either Kehillas Shivtei Yeshurun or Kehillas Shivtei Yeshurun. Either we're having a Geula or we're having a Golus. So there says, "Taibu leches lebeis ha'ovel leches lebeis hamishta." Like it's better to go to a beis ha'ovel than to go to a beis hamishta. The lesson is greater. I want to go like to the store, I want to go to the beis ha'ovel. I don't want to go to the beis hamishta. I just want to go someplace, So it's not one of the options. That's one of the options. You can do it, but it's not. In history, it's not one of the options. We are k'kwechei hashamayim or k'ofer ha'aretz. This is being Jewish is intense. It's intense that either we're way up or we're way down, and it's for everybody else to be in the middle. It's not just that we're not mediocre. It's just that in order for life to be lived to its fullest, in order for every moment to be used to its fullest, there has to be an intense moment. It can't be a moment. I'm not here to make everybody nervous, but I'm just saying that, which is very difficult, I think, the Jewish thing, that we're either up or we're down, and there is no mushal, probably to be someplace in the middle. In fact, the stars, the lower stars are in the middle. That's not for you. When she was either the Beit Shemesh or Roy, which is big time stars up there, which there is no constellations for because you can't possibly count them, and the Offer Aretz. So either we're up or we're down, either we're higher than everybody or lower than everybody, but we're never in the middle. And I think that's what the meaning of this is. It's interesting. You look at the months of the year. So you would think, you have Bar Cheshvan, you would think that it would be Bar Av. It's Menachem Av, but it's not Bar Av. Bar means it's a terrible month. What's terrible about it? There's nothing going on in Cheshvan. So Cheshvan is crying, like, why don't I get a holiday? Pesach, there's no Hanukkah, Cheshvan is crying, so that's why it's called Bar Cheshvan. It's a bitter month. But I kind of like Cheshvan. like it's Cheshvan, that's a good time. To celebrate, born, it's just Cheshvan, but it's Bar Cheshvan. That's not the Jewish experience. Menachem Av. Okay, like Av is where we're working on the Chava. So it's intense. That's the way it is, and that's what we're doing over here. Let's, as best as we can, let's stick this thing in together. This is the Chazan here we have.
Just before we close up, something very personal, really a favor. I hope it's not inappropriate or awkward in any way. But, we're trying, a real group effort. I'm trying very hard to build a building on the lab. I feel like it's not just a building, getting older, I wouldn't put myself into just a building. I feel like we're accomplishing something here. Ramat Bet Shemesh, I feel like gatherings for this were related to Talmud Torah and celebrations, and I can say that our Kehilla is relatively small, maybe 100 families, but I'm not saying this to boast, just to, maybe I'm entitled to, in this case, say, I mean, not just the 100 families, but literally hundreds and hundreds of people come every day, and people can be made are standing by the door and asking their shilas and crying their hearts out and telling their stories. And so many people would even be davening here if there was just more room and it would be comfortable. And I need help. I just need help. Our deal, we're talking about $1 million. So we have this, this program of just not a lot, but maybe on Torah, especially those that came to the Shiurim on Shabbos. A lot of people from outside the shul come. We have this program of give a brick, stone, a brick. A brick is $100, 350 shekels or something. So you can pay it out over a year if you want. But maybe take 2 bricks. The Desperation will actually put something up. I would consider it I think it's correct. I think I'm okay for asking, and I think you're okay for giving. You take some of your meiser and buy a brick or 2 for our shul. And if you're Hashem, not only an extra will we have, here's Hashem, they're building it. Not only will we have, they're building it fast. If you look at the screen, they're building it real fast. But not only will we have a building, but if you're Hashem, we should all have the building and come to your shalayim, the regular, the Beit Shemesh. All I know is, I was telling somebody that the Batei Knesset and Chutz La'aretz, it says, are going to come to Eretz Yisrael. So as a kid, I always imagined that, all these shtivalach are going to come flying over the ocean into Eretz Yisrael. Until you live today and you realize that that's not really what it means. Probably what it means is you look at the bells of Rebbe, you build bells in your shalayim. Look at the Vishnitz Rebbe, he built Vishnitz in the Bnei. They came from Chutz La'aretz, those Batei Knesset and Batei Midrashos. Look at Panovich. Panovich Rav built it in Eretz Yisrael, and so did Mir, and so did Slavatka. That's what it really means, that the Chutz La'aretz is going to come here. Talmud Chaymer, that we need to build here. We know that anybody who buys deer in Eretz Yisrael, who lives in Eretz Yisrael, who builds a shul in Eretz Yisrael, who helps with the opinion of the Beit Knesset, is zocha to the Geula. Mamish zocha to have a spot in the Beit Shemesh. You'll have your $1. So thank you for indulging. First of all, thank you for coming. We should come with simchas, and thank you for letting me ask you for this. And there are papers. I asked them to make papers, so fill it out, give it to me. I'll give you a yeshua. And we should all be convinced of Bias Mashiach. Let's just do 2 things if you want. You can set a call, sure, if there's one. Let's just do hey, let's sing Elitzio together, and then I like to give a swallow together to Yerushalayim Yircha, and then we're going to get to midnight. Hey.
Remember that 1:30 strike to the Rav for the Ashrei.